winter for the Oceanic and Asia region. Yesterday, a big day, was day number one. We're taking a look at some of the replays here right now as we're about to get underway with day two. The big result from yesterday, Tyloo dropping their series to Tiger, putting them into the lower bracket of a top 4 team tournament for the first time this year, and it is actually the last tournament of the year that we're going to be seeing them play in. So that's already a big result. We've got plenty of big games coming up as well, a couple of which we'll be taking a look at today. AVANT and Order to kick the day off, and then we'll have Avicii and Invictus. So without further ado, let's start off day 2 of DreamHack Masters Winter.
DreamHack Masters Winter is brought to you by Intel, Corsair, Monster Energy, and MSI.
Welcome to day 2 of DreamHack Masters Winter, back once again in the ESL studios in Sydney, Australia, to cover another Oceanic and Asian tournaments. The top 4 teams from both respective regions going head-to-head to close out 2020, and we started off with a bang yesterday, already having one of the biggest upsets of the year. My name, of course, is Elfish Guy, and I will be the host for the week. Got a couple of fellas here to help me out. The Motley crew is back from day 1. Mac and Kev on the desk here with me, and wow, what a way to start DreamHack Masters Winter. What a way to start the final big CS tournament of the year with that win for Tiger over Tyloo. It really makes me excited for the rest of this competition.
Oh yeah, you know, going into that one, I don't think any of us really expected Tiger to bring what they did to the table. Yeah, we thought they might have had a chance if Tyloo had a bit of an off day, but we just did not expect them to take the victory. There was no real hope as much as what we saw, and I'm so happy that we finally got to see a big upset, and now we see Tiger going into the upper bracket. Tyloo now has to make that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, and now it's like it's coming into day 2 as well. It's getting even better, right? A couple of close matchups where, I mean, AVANT versus Order, one more time. Once again, I feel like we've seen this how many times in 2020, but it never fails to excite me.
Yeah, theoretically, yesterday's matches should have been the one-sided ones, and the ones that we get today are supposed to be a little bit closer, at least as far as seeding is concerned. Although, I actually come into this tournament feeling like, on the Asian side of things, the seeding might be a little bit off in terms of where Tyloo and Avicii sit. I think they should be swapped first and second, but you know, obviously when the seeding was done, I think it was pretty legit to have Tyloo at number 1. It's just things changed pretty quickly over the course of a couple of months within the Asia region. Anyway, we're here to talk about Oceania as well. You've mentioned AVANT and Order, 2 teams that we're going to be getting to watch today, and that is the quintessential Oceanic Counter-Strike match this year. You know, you can probably think about Renegades as well, but they have had any number of different opponents that they've faced in round 1 of these kinds of brackets. Yesterday, they played against Chiefs. They got a comfortable 2-0, but if we think about the match that we have seen the most this year, I think that is Order and AVANT, and that's because they continue to meet in the first round and, generally speaking, also in that lower bracket final. So there's a lot of opportunities for Order and AVANT to play against each other. Here we have another one. It's, you know, series number 23 or 24 or something like that this year between the two. And God, how many times do we need to see these teams play against each other before we can really decide which one is better than the other? Because even now, going into this match today, I still just feel like this one's a 50-50.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree with the 50-50 to an extent, but what the difference is going into this one at least is Noops has been in the team for another like whole 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks now, so they've managed to get an extra amount of practice in, and that should be a bit of a change for the Avant camp, and I'm sure they're able to solidify it down because they looked very good with Noops initially moving into that lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely upset Order, I would say, in the first time around, considering that Order's had the same kind of lineup for the last couple of months now. You're looking at maybe Noobster coming in as a bit of a fill-in, not going to work too well for Avant. They take the upper bracket match, but they do actually fall down the lower bracket match. And I think this is always that rivalry where it is very hard to determine because it's all down to form and condition on the day. You can talk about history, you can look at the previous tournament, IEM Beijing, you can look at historical factors, but the reality is it's whoever turns up in the server on the day gets, you know, one of those two of those critical rounds, which we used to meme about a bit. Now I feel like that's less of a meme. It's actually a truth between these sides where it is 1 or 2 rounds, sometimes USPs, actually sometimes pistols that actually determine the series.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure we're going to have a lot to discuss when it does come to Avant and Order. First, I want to give you guys a bit of an indication as to what will be happening today if you're just tuning in. These are the matches we will have for you over the course of this evening. Starting off with Order and Avant. That game will be about 3:30 p.m. local time, so in about 25 minutes or so when that one does end up starting. And for Vici and Invictus later on in this evening. So plenty of time for some good Counter-Strike over tonight. And look, I would say I think Order and Avant is going to be a close match. I'm not so sure that I think Vici and Invictus will be quite as interesting or enticing as what we saw yesterday night on the Asian side of things with Tyloo dropping to Tiger. I just haven't seen enough from Invictus lately to make me think that they're going to be able to get an upset over Vici.
Yeah, I would like to see Invictus sort of find that form again, which we haven't seen for a bit of a time now. And Vici, of course, looking spectacular recently. Up against Tyloo, finally managed to get the big W cleanly against them as well. And I feel like going up against Invictus, usually Vici win, and if they're playing their A game, which we know they will be because they're here to win, they want to go face Tiger in the upper bracket and have a bit of a free, or more of a free than usual adventure over towards the grand final.
Yeah, always want that kind of free map and that best of 5 advantage. I mean, we saw how much it actually helped out with Vici in that final, right? A clean 3-0 against Tyloo last time in IEM Beijing. It's always going to be critical. I think coming into, you know, later on today between Invictus as well as Vici, obviously this is favouring Vici quite a bit, but I'm also hoping Invictus can step up. I've always been kind of the advocate against Vici, not against Vici, sorry, against Invictus, because I haven't been impressed, but there's got to be a reason why that they can and why they replace that lineup and what they can perform up to. Because honestly, it hasn't been good enough, where I feel like Tiger definitely played better. There are other Chinese teams out there looking for an opportunity.
For sure, for sure. Definitely agree with you, Kev. And one more thing for us to touch on before we do throw to a quick break here is if you've been keeping a keen eye on what's been happening with the Intel Global Challenge, last night you would have seen the news that Team Liquid has now found themselves a spot. They are replacing EG, who had some visa issues, I believe, or something like that, or travel, or something to do with that they couldn't travel to Europe. So that's unfortunate for them, but Team Liquid will be replacing them. It's going to be quite cool to see Liquid, who has been in a spotty run of form lately, playing in this tournament. I think it's going to be a good opportunity for them to get back on that horse. No pun intended.
Yeah, of course, but I don't know, just the inconsistency with both EG and Liquid has been certainly a factor lately. So I believe that's also why, you know, you saw the Triumph and Chaos Grand Final over in IEM Beijing for NA, which was a surprise to literally everyone. And then Chaos made it look very, very easy in that Grand Final as well. So yeah, I don't know where they're going to play, or maybe going up against international competition and actually being able to boot camp over in Europe. It's going to do a world of good for them at least.
I mean, hopefully so. I mean, Liquid haven't been performing too particularly well recently, which is a bit of a concern, right? I think tonight is going to be a bit of more of a test when they're facing off against Astralis. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go against some top-tier opposition and kind of moving forward. I think that's going to be a good indicator of how they're going to perform at the IEM Global Challenge as well.
Indeed. Well, you guys can let us know what you think as well by heading to DreamHack CSGO on Twitter, Facebook, everywhere else. It's all over the place. But make sure you do hit us up. Let us know what you think about the Intel Global Challenge, or perhaps even what you think about DreamHack, OS, and Asia. Had some pretty interesting results over the last couple of days, and we're hoping to see a couple more tonight. About to get stuck right into it. First, it's time for a break. Then we'll be back to talk about Order and AVANT. Game 1 of Day 2.
If you want to know what you're good at, and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
It's day 2 of DreamHack Masters Winter, and we'll be kicking things off with Avant and Order, a very storied matchup within the Oceanic region, something that we have seen 20 plus times this year. It's one that continues to recur, and here we are once again in round 1 of a top 4 tournament between these two teams. I've got a couple of fellas on the desk here with me who do love a good Order and Avant matchup for different reasons, and sometimes some different results in this matchup as well. Mac and Karath obviously need to see what you guys think about this one. What's your initial take? You know, are you drawing on past experiences when you think about your analysis for this one, or are you just throwing caution to the wind? Because it sort of feels like you could go with either school of thought there.
I focus on the things that are different, and the thing that is different now is Noobster being in the team for more than 3 days, or more than 3 scrims, or whatever it was when we last saw them match up, and then they had another week before the rematch, which then Order managed to take and go up to the grand final and then make it quite close against Renegades. But so did Avant over in that upper bracket final. So all these 3 teams at the moment, they are quite close, but obviously Renegades edging them out over and over and over, never dropping the map. But head to head, Avant and Order, I don't know which way this one's going to go. Essentially flip of the coin, and I'm just interested to see how the practice has gone with Noobster in the lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I think Avant have a little bit more time to settle down. I think the problem, though, is that I think looking at this matchup overall, I feel like Order have actually gotten the better of Avant most of the time when it counts, right? It's like maybe they, for today, you know, Avant win in the upper bracket, that's always really cool and good, but then you're up against Renegades, you get knocked down into the lower bracket, you face off against Order, and you're unable to take the series from there. Whereas Order, kind of slow starters in a tournament sometimes, it takes a bit of reminding on why, you know, they're here to play, so to speak. They then come into the tournament a bit stronger later on, and they kind of leave the best for last, which is, yeah, it's a bit interesting sometimes, that dynamic where Avant come in really hard and heavy and Order a bit slow to start off.
Well, let's talk Avant first, and Mac, you were alluding to some of those roster changes, and here we have the Avant roster. It's going to be Noobster coming into the team. We saw that in IEM Beijing for a couple of maps, and we were positively impressed, you know, by what Noobster was able to bring to the table. So hopefully he's going to be able to bring what he did back in IEM Beijing to DreamHack Masters Winter. And we've got someone that we might be able to ask about, you know, all of those questions. Hazza is ready for an interview, and he still has the mustache. Hazza, you realize it's not November anymore.
Cares, keep it.
Yeah, I'll keep it. I'm keeping it for a while. I don't know how long it'll stay, but, you know.
Okay, well, that's good to see anyway, because I think it looks smashing. Anyways, what is the general consensus within the Avant camp right now? You've obviously had a bit of extra time with Noobster to sort of start integrating him, so I assume you're coming into this feeling maybe a bit more prepared than IEM Beijing?
A little bit more. It's been pretty chillax since like the year's kind of like winding down a bit for us. I'm pretty sure. So we haven't had like too much extra pack. Like we haven't gone that hard because it's like just a year ending. But we're feeling pretty good. Like we're going pretty good. So.
That's all right. So, you know, are you still in the Avant house? I noticed the background's a bit different. Did you move home?
Yeah, it's changed. Yeah, I went back home. It wasn't very like not really worth having it because like Corona and all that, you know. We had now we have 2 NZ players, you know, so we can't really move them down. It's gotten way better now towards the end of the year, but yeah, we decided to just like not have one for now.
So moving back, has that affected your gameplay? Are you more relaxed now that you're back home with the fan?
Not really. I got pretty comfortable at the other house. But yeah, it's pretty chill. I get to see my dog again every day, so that's pretty good.
That's always great. I think one thing that I've always kind of seen Avant struggle with is a bit of consistency, actually, because we know that when you guys hit the peak, you guys can definitely do some damage, and you've seen some highs, you guys have seen some lows. What work have you guys done to kind of improve the consistency to try to get back into that level that we saw earlier, you know, back in 2019 and maybe early 2020?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a bit rough for us. I think, especially the series, our last series where we lost to Order. I feel like we lost to ourselves. I think we just need to get more comfortable with ourselves and our emotions. That's something I need to work on, my emotions. Very emotional player. But yeah, I think with time we'll just work on it and we'll get better at it.
Sounds like you have a good idea already, which is always like a good start because, you know, end of 2020, beginning of 2021 is always a good time. Any plans for Christmas is my non-serious question.
No, not really. Just gonna hang around the family. Pretty normal.
chill out with the dog, and I hope you have a good time doing
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll wrap it up there, Hazza. Hopefully you have a good tournament, and obviously if we don't talk to you before then, have a good Christmas as well.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, some interesting times, I guess, in AUCS just in general. We heard sort of similar sentiments from Malta yesterday in the interview we had with Renegades, saying that, you know, there's not a whole lot going on at the end of the year, right? It just sort of seems to slow down. There's only, well, this is the last sort of a tournament that we've got, really. So
Yeah, we even had APOC Dad as well saying that it had stopped. And then last minute, then it started up again, and now they're here in DreamHack, and they're giving it their best damn job.
He literally said that they were going to go on a break like today or yesterday, and now they're actually in DreamHack Masters Winter, so they do have to, you know, sort that out. Anyways, we're here to talk about Order and Avant, and we'll move into the discussion about Order. It's, again, you know, one of the top teams in ANZ. I don't think that they need much of an introduction. If you're someone that is a regular viewer of ANZ CS, you'll be very, very familiar with this roster. They're definitely putting in some hard yards at the moment, but they're just not quite being able to beat Renegades. Avant, though, a different ballgame, Kev. They've been able to, as you say, I would say probably get the better of Avant on a bit more of a consistent basis than Avant has got the better of them, but even still, it's so close between these two teams.
Yeah, it's always like a... You never really see a 2-0 series in an elimination match between both of these teams. I think we have seen it a couple of times, and it's in pretty disappointing fashion sometimes. The team just doesn't really show up. One team comes out, blasts the other team out of the water. I don't really look at that as an indication of where this rivalry really sits at. It's always the train games you think about, the train into overtime, the drag in terms of just rounds going back and forth, high-octane action, just really no side giving any quarter, so to speak. I think coming into the series as well, it's really Orders to lose in my mind. Right? Less for Avant to lose in terms of they're going to... I feel like this is how much the Order wanted to take it, because they, like I said, they come into series or into tournaments a bit lackadaisical sometimes, I feel like, and then they really start focusing up, whereas Avant are always a little bit more kind of, all right, we'll just do how we can, and we'll see how we go from there.
Indeed, indeed. One thing I do like about Order is that they're the team that always does those post-event sort of movies. I don't know if you guys have seen them.
Content.
Yeah, content. It's like they're like really the only team. I think Renegades is the individual players I've started to see doing a bit more content, like Dexter's streaming, Inz's doing some YouTube stuff here and there. But I like what Order does as the org around the team. I think that's cool.
It's also, you know, the distance, the location between the social media guys, the video guys, and the team themselves as well. Obviously, a lot of the players from Order are down in Melbourne, as is the video guy for them. I think it's Juju?
Yeah, I think it's Juju.
It's Juju, right? Yeah, so Juju's been doing a really good job putting all those together, and he does them really quick as well. Manages to get like one-day turnarounds, which is really good, and just like nice little social cards, which gives you a nice little insight into a lot of these teams, hopefully moving forward into the new year, because Avant's another team that can get that happening with Giles. Unfortunately, just location locked.
I think one thing that I have to make a comment for Order is legitimately, like, I know we're starting to go into the 2021. Jeez, that's it's been a bit of a weird 2020. I don't want to actually hear them just go like, yeah, we didn't have the best showing, but, you know, we'll come back next time, we'll come back stronger or anything. I want to see more than just words. I actually want to see them actually go like, no, we're actually upset about our performance. It wasn't good enough. We will beat Renegades, and this is what we need to work on. I feel like it's a case of, you know, they've said the same thing all throughout 2020, but they need to now prove it, and I'd rather them get a bit more frustrated and go like, no, like it kind of sucks that we're still losing to Renegades, and we want to not only just trounce Avant every single time we meet them, but also beat Renegades. I want to hear that kind of like language coming into 2021 from them.
Maybe today is the day that they can at least start to get that ball rolling. Obviously, they won't be able to play against Renegades here and now, but against Avant, as you say, if they can trounce them, that's going to be a pretty good result. And let's start off with the vetoes here. I'm going to say let's bring up the first couple of bans, and we'll talk about them if there's anything really to touch on. But
bans are always the same,
bans
aren't they?
are generally pretty stock standard. It's Vertigo and Overpass, and so that's fair enough. But the thing about this series is from here, you can get any order of maps. Any of the remaining 5 maps could be in the pool or could be banned out, and that's fine as far as these two teams are concerned.
I feel like we are going to see Inferno in there, because both teams have had spectacular performances against one another recently. But that could also mean that, you know, it could be vetoed out. So I don't even know. Like, I honestly can't tell which way this veto is going to go.
I think Avant are still going to try to, and hopefully stick to their strong point of Dust 2. I feel like that is a very good map for them. Even though Order can perform on it as well, you kind of got to stick with what you know and what you're good at. So Dust 2 kind of like the nice little start, especially with APOC being able to open up in the mid-round quite often. I think for Order, this is going to be a bit more of an interesting pick, right? Train can be picked from both sides as well. I think Order would be looking more for a nuke pick. I don't think Avant goes towards nuke as often. So it's so hard to tell because then you can justify any of the map picks, as Jordan said.
Correct,
it's like, it's so hard to make an argument for any of the maps you picked over one another.
Well, how about we just gamble? How about we just gamble? I'm going to say Inferno, D2, Nuke. What's yours?
So I still feel like Avant are going to pick Dust 2. Dust 2, 60%, Train 40%.
Okay.
And then maybe Nuke from Order I feel like is a bit stronger of a pick.
Well, last couple of series we've seen Dust 2 and Train in the pool, and then the other map has been Mirage or Inferno, depending on where we've gone. So I'm going for Dust 2 and Train definitely in the pool here. Let's have a look and see what order the maps are going to be, whether or not we will get Dust
Mirage,
2 and Train.
okay.
So we've got Mirage, we've got Dust 2. So my prediction from here would be Train Decider.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, well, you're on the money.
Damn, I'm good.
Just, order was slightly
It
different.
doesn't matter what order it really is. Like we said, both of these teams can win on Mirage, both of them can win on Dust 2, both of them can win on Train. We've seen that already this year.
They can win on any map except for Overpass and Vertigo because they don't play it, pretty much.
If we, for some reason, would have seen Overpass or Vertigo there, then you go, okay, well, that map is favored for that
I'd
team.
love to see that, though.
And the problem with this series in terms of everything is because of the reason and the way that the maps are picked, it really much isn't down to strategy or anything anymore. It just comes down to execution as well as who's feeling it, right? It's like Hazard doesn't feel it, okay, then I'm more indicative of picking an Order victory. Alistair drops a 40 or a 50 is just in that form that that you see sometimes on Dust 2. All right, that's an Order victory. I don't care. Like, Avant can actually just be all firing on all cylinders, and Alistair just goes, no. And then it's like, all right, hashtag Order up. Yeah, Order win Dust 2 because Alistair's just drag them across the line. We've seen it how many times in Dust 2?
Well, he will be a big factor in this series, and definitely going to be talking a lot about him. We are, though, going to head to a break, fairly quick one, though, because we're going to go straight into the map. First game of today, day 2 of DreamHack Masters Winter, is going to be coming up on the other side of this. It's Avant and Order to kick the day off here in DreamHack Masters Winter. Day number 2. Day 1 provided quite the interesting upsets, but we're wondering whether or not we'll get another one today, which is theoretically supposed to be the closer day, whereas yesterday was supposed to be one-sided matches. So
what do you mean?
Guess we'll have to wait and see.
It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Not closer day.
What's your prediction, Mac?
My prediction is Order because I'm biased, and that's my only reason. No, I don't know which way this one's going to go, so
well,
maybe
clearly
I did
you know
let
which way it's going
bias,
to go because you predicted Order.
No one knows which way this is going to go because I didn't read the script today, Kev. Did you?
Yeah, I wrote it.
Oh, well,
That's
that
fine.
means you can't get your point for picking Avant.
What do you mean? I've already earned it. It's like, I didn't... The funny thing is I didn't lose the predictions last time. Just don't forget that, guys.
I also didn't lose the predictions
We
last
tied.
time.
We tied equal.
Indeed, indeed. And anyway, with all that aside, it's time to move into Mirage, which will be the first map in this series. This time, it's obviously a map we've seen a lot between Order and Avant, and this is just another iteration of that. Dust 2 and Train, the other maps in the pool, and I'd say we're sure for at least a 3-mapper here.
Ooh, looks like Order have gone for the 4-man stack towards B. Definitely expecting Avant's B split, which is what they seem to be positioned for. However, 2 players going through underpass might just be this mid control instead. Bomb still down over behind T-Apps as we are going to see Avant get mid completely uncontested.
Ricky and Ladder, though, alongside with the Steelo dealing this position out, is going to make it very, very tricky. There is going to be the window play that's coming out as well. But this Vent's going to keep Ricky safe for now. And Steelo also gets the opening frag. Bomb's going to be carted over to top mid, but these smokes are going to fade out. So even though they've got all this mid control, can't really do anything with it for now.
Yeah, it's a good heads-up play from Ustillo. He gets that first pick, gets a bit more info as to where the T's are, and then just kicks off into the B site to what should have been relative safety. Hazza hits a couple of nice crisp shots, though, with the Glock, and there goes his head. So it'll be on to Valiance to try and defend the bomb site. APOC already low. Hazza charging them down. Gyra not providing enough assistance in that respect to keep Valiance alive. And now there's a numbers advantage for Order, if not necessarily, I should say, a numbers advantage for Avant, if not necessarily a HP advantage, because, well, APOC and Hazza are quite low.
Ali starting to edge his way forward, but Noobster, great coverage there, playing from Tech, starts swinging around, and it looks like this should be an Avant round. However, Ricky's still alive and kicking, but Avant looks like they are going to posture themselves ready to lock down this pistol, not going to give him an inch. They're going to take a mile. Avant with the T pistol will set them up for victory on Mirage.
Just one round. So it's a good building platform, though. Hazza's looking sharp. This is something to keep an eye on. If he's, if he's as sharp with the rifles as he has been in this round with the pistols, he's definitely a key factor for that Avant roster. Someone we talk about quite a lot when we're watching this matchup in particular. Forced by through from Order. Gone for Deagles and MP9s. Ricky's been left alone on the A bomb site, so Order's definitely expecting something over toward B. Not so sure, not so sold that they're going to get it. Looks like it's a slow kind of a round from Avant.
I don't want to be walking into any Deagles or pistols by yourself, giving over a Galil or an AK-47. Just waiting for a reaction from Order. Haven't sussed out anything just yet, so you can't assume if they're going to be on an eco, if they're going to be on a force buy. Now that Deagle shot chiming out, at the very least they know there's Deagles in place. Can't assume it's going to be a force buy most of the time if there's a couple of Deagles.
Yeah.
It's a slower approach this time. Nice and methodical from Avant as they do look to take short control. Gyra standing in the way. Off angle works with the MP9. Goes for the upgrade. Gets around the corner. And Sterling not going to be ready for that swing back. Him and Ustillo dominate that piece of the map, and now Offnu's going to be left solo, stranded on the B site, but with the Mac-10, can he fight his way back?
No way. No chance. Not against 4 players. Order have got that done pretty nicely, and you got to give credit really to Jara there. The kill with the MP9, upgrades to the AK. And Sterling, I think, thought he went back up the ladder. Let's have a look. Oh, was there someone above?
Yeah, there was a silo. They were playing double ladder at that stage, and it's so hard. I mean, ladder is such a strong position for that reason, because you can actually just play that bait and switch setup, right?
Jara's got a camera.
Right.
We haven't seen that ever.
I was just thinking like, that's a new route.
I haven't seen this in a while, because you've just missed that. You blink, you miss. The Deagle shot's coming out. Avant going to be answering... What? And responding in terms of spades, a mid-fight that's going to work in the favor of APOC. And now the Deagle's really starting to chime in. Jara's the last man left standing in Avant. This is definitely a series that is starting to heat up. The pistol's doing the damage, not the rifles at the end of the day.
Can't stop the POC.
I don't know what to say about that. That round was
Ferrari peak.
over before you thought it would even start. My goodness. Sometimes there's not a whole lot you can do against that.
No, sometimes you just cannot compete with a couple of sharp Deagle shots, and that's exactly what we saw coming up from APOC. 2 AKs retrieved.
Yeah. I don't think Order did anything wrong necessarily. Long range angles, down mid, you've got a couple of AKs, you're feeling like you can challenge that, and APOC just bang, bang. There goes 2 players. He even got the 3rd kill as well. So Jara is going to hang on to the rifle for as long as he can, if he can. Could be hearing Sterling behind him now. That'll make pretty easy work of that kill at the very least, but now his position is known. The rest of the Avant players may not be too keen on chasing this one down because they're liable to lose more guns, but okay, they got it done in the end, Noomsa and Offnu. Let's have a look at this. Bang. So it was 3 shots that it took to get the first 2 players. And then a couple more for that 3rd remaining player. Great work from APOC.
Definitely assisted on the back of a good spawn, and unfortunately for Order, they didn't have the members with guns out in hand, and I'm wondering if their spawn was a bit slowed down, or if something else did happen. Look, because they actually carried all those rifles forward, it actually means they can get the double AWP up and running. This is such a weird state of an economy, right? Because Order had 4 alive when they forced up. Now they've got the double AWPs, and Noobs has gone, what the hell? There's an AWP in play, Alistair. They're not going to expect Ricky to have one right now, so let's see if Avant fall into the trap. Not as if the rest of the members of Order have. Well, I mean, a Deagle 2 for Masters, yeah, it's not great firepower, let's be real.
Nice spot for Alice to play from. Oh, and he's going to hit a pretty routine shot onto Hazza.
I don't know if individually walking into Alistair is the greatest idea.
No, true.
Especially when they've really got all the utility that they could want. Here comes all that util. Alistair does miss the 2nd attempt as he re-peeks toward APOC. Now sets himself on a different angle, and that's a bit of a sharpie. Again, misses the flick, but hey, early on in the series, let's give Alistair the benefit of the doubt. He's hitting some shots, missing others. Not a big deal. He's done enough for Order to give them the advantage. 4 on 2, and now 4 on 1. Eagle's going to work. So as long as Order can keep the AK and the 2 AWPs, they'll probably be happy. Oh no, APOC, how's he done that? A 4K and Avant are going to win the round again.
That's not a 4K, that's an ace coming out from APOC. Man's just had huge impact in the last 2 rounds.
You can't let that happen.
No, you can't, unfortunately for Order in the prime position, but look at the trigger discipline that's coming out. He waits for the 2nd one to jump out. Ricky misses the AWP shot, and he knows where the last one is, and that's just calm. That's experience talking for you. APOC
single-handedly won Avant 2 rounds now out of this map already.
Pretty much.
And he's only going to keep winning them more if that is going to happen. And look, Order's coordination wasn't terrible there. You know, expecting someone outside of market door is probably one of the lesser amazing positions you can play in a situation like that. But then APOC just triples up on the window players and reacts to the short player coming in. So information certainly helping out that situation. Some nasty shots.
That was a prime round actually for Order to take as well. You consider all the factors, right? Alistair's already picked off 3 with the AWP on the B side approach. Like, that was looking really, really bad for Avant.
Yeah, 4 guns available for Order. If they just clean up APOC without losing another weapon, they can upgrade to a couple of AKs. They retain the double AWP, keep the money looking pretty healthy, but boy, what a difference that round makes for AVANT. They're now up to 4-1, and Order in all sorts.
That's what I mean. It's just individual step up, and that's it. The round's done for. And he had a bad head armor. That's the ridiculous part about that one. If FAMAS would actually just, a single headshot would have killed him. Wait, does it? Without head armor?
I think it
This
depends
is
on
the
range.
Geordie question, because I've never used FAMAS against unhelmeted opponents that often.
No, I'm a Galil player. Remember we had this conversation.
Well, I know
But
Galil's a one-shot headshot against unarmored opponent,
I
or
would
unhelmeted
assume a
opponents.
FAMAS would be the same thing.
I think it is, just because the damage fall-off is a lot greater when you're dinking someone. I'm just wondering now, you know?
It's a question for El Goog, I think, as we see a lot of presence shown by Order. 4 players invested over towards the mid area of Mirage here. As Valiant was left solo, he couldn't do a damn thing over towards CT. Head ripped off straight away, and AVANT, they are looking to dominate the site, but Usilo comes in and tries to stop AVANT before they get going, and that's exactly what he's going to do. 2 kills for him. Hazard, Mac 10, just dancing around the smoke for now, but great patience displayed here.
You know, it's going to sound weird to say, but I kind of feel like Order actually looks better at the moment than AVANT does, even though they're down 4-1. As a team, they're holding the sights pretty well. It's just, individually, AVANT is so much more switched on than the Order players, and they're making some pretty big rounds happen. But again, it goes down to APOC in a clutch, and you know, it's a round that should go the way of Order, but APOC's just as liable to win it. And then we'll balloon out to 5-1. Let's see if he can do it again. Usilo and Alistair, both of the players have been spotted now, but Usilo does get the head off of APOC. So they're not going to let that one slip, and it's not too little too late just yet for Order. It's a little bit later than they would have liked to have gotten that second round, but they definitely have plenty of time in this map to come back into the swing of things. And if they just keep progressing the way that they have been and ensuring that they don't make those kinds of mistakes in the clutches against APOC, then I think they're going to come away with a few more rounds here. So aggressive from Ricky, making a lot of noise. Oops, just heard him, but it's not going to matter. The drive-by with the MP9.
Oh my.
And Order off to a good start in this round as well.
Just covering that distance as quickly as they can, and now they know that Apps is fully clear with that control. It's a 1-for-1 in Con. And Order, they've got a man advantage, but Val is now left all alone as the smoke separates the two. Ustilo hopes to find the timing as he pushes through. Hazard not going to be looking at the right position, unfortunately for him, and he'll go down. But APOC wants some revenge here. Afternoon. Wonder Ricky. This is looking good now for AVANT to maybe get back into the round. Ustilo making a world of noise as well.
That's the dynamic duo for AVANT, isn't it? Offnu and APOC, the two that can never seem to stay apart. Jaira just sneaks through the smoke. He's been spotted. Ustilo getting shot now as well. What's going on? What? Order, something is up right now, I feel like, in their TeamSpeak or in their camp or whatever.
That's a blunder. What's going on there? Hopefully we get some in-game comm video out of that one. Oh no, and APOC goes for the repick, but Ustilo feeling sharp today will happily take a second and the round for Order.
He's going to go searching for the AWP in that meanwhile. Knows he's got plenty of time for the defuse. But wait, he doesn't know where the AWP is. Uh-oh. Well, AK sounds good enough.
No, that's the AK. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to switch out to the AK, to another AK. I think that's pretty
I'd love
cool.
to get the in-game comms of that as well, because someone's clearly said there's an AWP in Con.
Yeah, it's under the ragdoll. It's under the ragdoll. Presses E, AK.
Yeah.
Gets
But
grabbed.
what I was going to say before, Ustilo starts going on the scenic route around Mirage is that, I thought Ustilo might have been a little bit out of form in Beijing. He's been one of the more solid players for Order this year. And Alistair was really, really picking up a lot of the slack for Order last event. But starting to see a pretty good level being brought by Ustilo today. He's got 7 and 4 as far as the KDs are concerned. But the impact frags, obviously, this round and last round, 2 really big rounds from Ustilo, and I think if he's going to continue to put in the form that we saw a little bit earlier in the year from him, that's what sort of elevates Order to another level. Yes, you expect to see stuff from Alistair, but for me, it's also kind of a case of what are we going to get from Ricky and Ustillo lately? Those are the 3 Smash Bros for the Order roster, and as long as you got 2 out of those 3 having a good day, then you're probably off to the races. Now, in this instance, it's Gyro that's actually leading from the front, and often we can see that actually cause problems for Order because it means some of the other guys aren't picking up the frags where they ordinarily need to be. But at the moment, I think Order is traveling along nicely, so I'm not going to question it. And Avant starting to run out of money, down to some Mac 10s, the Eagles, but can't rest on your laurels here. Order 2 rounds in a row, still not even equalizing the scoreline yet.
Now that you've mentioned it, shout out to Smash Bros. Great game. You know, go support the FGC if you can. But at the same time, stay here because we love Counter-Strike.
Yep.
Now, Avant. Looks like the audible's called. We're going to see them posture for a B split, maybe? No, just back for mid control and then back to A. APOC starts to make his way into Palace. Minute mark. Order staying very silent this whole round, not giving Avant any information to play with. They've been loving this double short setup they've been going for.
Bit of an interesting off angle as well, held by Valiant. So there's a bit of a gap in that wooden column. Normally you tuck yourself in a lot more as a CT on either side. He's actually sitting a little bit further out. A couple of grenades thrown by Avant. 40 seconds over at mid, but 40 seconds left. They're going to hightail back into an A-side execute. Going to feel a lot more comfortable doing so. Alistair's got the AWP here though.
Yeah. Valiant's under balcony hasn't really had to do a whole lot so far in this map. Only the 1 frag up to this point, but this will be his first real test, assuming Alistair lets him have some frags. And he will. Otnu's going to drop. Alistair under pressure from on top of balcony, and now it's Valiants that gets dropped on by APOC all of a sudden. We've got problems for Order. Avant desperately needing to get the bomb down, and they will just in time. Ustillo gets a double!
Noobster gets that kill with the Glock as well. But the bomb's down and not here planted for Noobster, who needs to hit the shot on the cross, and he will. Big shots from the newest player in the Avant lineup. Or maybe still a stand-in. Maybe that's a question we can ask later on.
Well, I mean, we did ask him in Beijing when we had the interview with Noobster, and he seemed to be under the impression that he was kind of trialing in a way, so I wouldn't go so far as to say he's a stand-in. I think he is on the roster, but I just don't know that it's like 100% confirmed that he is like, okay, he's definitely our 5th.
Well, I don't think we've seen any social media posts, so
That's
Giles,
right.
if you're in there, please do it, because he is a handsome man and deserves to be on the team.
Look, if that was the only differentiating factor as to whether or not you should be on a team, then I think we should all be on a team as well, but there you go.
I was waiting for you to say you should be on Renegades, and...
Well, I wouldn't say no. Replace any of those players. Look, 4v3 for Order here. So they've got the numbers advantage. Ricky's got an AK, but not for long, as he's gone through the smoke and just been banged out of the server by Hazard. But Valiance has taken the liberty of fragging out.
Why are you buying rifles? Just buy pistols.
You're not wrong, Kev. If we were tracking what weapons got what kills,
It's
I reckon
like
the Deagle's probably at the top of this
He
map
comes to the
so far.
clutches, it's like, oh yeah, this guy gets 2 kills with a Glock. Wait, what? This guy gets a kill with a Deagle. Wins the round pretty much. It's the Deagles, the Mac 10s that are opening up, not the rifles. Some absurd shots coming out, honestly, from both sides with the sidearm so far. Especially this one, jeez.
Oof. Mustache still on Alistair as well. I feel like we need a mustache tracker in ANZ Counter-Strike at the moment too.
Yeah, I wonder who's had the longest one.
I don't know, I've been growing mine for about 10 years, guys. So I think I've got them in, you know, it's been the longest for me. So finally one of the pistols not working out.
Oh, okay. Ricky.
Don't mind that though, just to fall off. He's already got the numbers advantage, and now you can use the rest of the util in the back pocket instead of taking the challenge, taking the fight.
Got some head armor too, but even so, those Glocks running close range through apps, through a smoke, is not something you want running at you when you're on only 68 HP.
APOC's trying to find the Deagle at the moment. And now he's got no sidearm. He's trying to figure out what's going on. He's got nothing.
It's all good, boys. Don't mind me. I did get a Glock back.
I don't think he actually has a Glock.
No.
I actually don't think he's got a weapon.
Nothing. Nothing at
He's
all.
the bait at the moment. He's just running around like a jackrabbit to try to draw the shots out as Haz is going to go in. Now he's got a weapon retrieved from his dead teammate. And this time, might be a bit more magic. No, it's going to be shut down nice and early this time around. It's Sterling.
What's
Too many
going
targets
on?
for him to find.
This series is just bonkers.
I love it. I love it.
5-5. I mean, it's been a, as you said, really interesting series, but the score is still drawn 5 apiece.
Yeah. I haven't really felt like either team's been able to get on top, which is obviously evidenced by the scoreline. But now that Order's starting to get in control of their economy, this is a very good opportunity for them to do so. Bit of an aggression in towards Palace. Ricky, and Valiant's both dispatched off by Offnu. That's not gone well for Order at all, and just when you think Order's got the opportunity to put pressure back on AVANT, oh well, never mind, Justillo arrives and gets himself a 2-man spray down as well. Big fight here is going to go the way of APOC though, as Alistair turns his attention away toward Connector at the wrong time. So, Gyro with a 1-on-3. Timing's good for Offnu, and quick as you like, AVANT are going to win another round.
Bit of a topsy-turvy one. I don't really feel like the team's actually, either team's kind of turned up and played, so to speak. I feel like it's just down to a couple of individuals every now and then, right? You see Offnu in that round gets 4 pretty much to close things out. You know, another round that Order take, it's Justillo that's doing the majority of the work, and then for AVANT, then it's APOC. Hasn't been the best trades in terms of across the board so far.
It's felt very individualistic, hasn't it?
Might be another one of those individual rounds where the double AWP opens things up because they just get all 3 kills at mid, just like that. No trades forward from AVANT. It's not... And you can't blame Order for that, right? They've got the AWPs in the right position. They've got one in window. They've got the one jump up into short. Perfectly fine scenario for you to be playing your AWPs. But the trades just aren't there for AVANT.
How do we just keep going, like, backwards and forwards?
Because it's just like the series, you know.
This is like one of those games where I have to kind of go back and look at it and just go, I don't know what the overarching strategy is, because it's been very chaotic in terms of, has felt more like outright brawling between both sides at certain times. Well, just like that, Alistair's still peaking.
The confidence.
AVANT have been looking mostly toward the B site early on in the round, B and mid, and then shifting over toward A. So I think that's just like the long-term goal for AVANT, is to get control of those areas of the map and then start to pressure in towards A. Clearly that hasn't worked this round. The AWPs have a feast. Ricky and Alistair get every single kill of that round for Order. We're back to an eco for AVANT.
Nasty shots.
Is that smoke meant to land a connector? In underpass, should I say?
Not sure if that was AVANT's or Orders, because if it's Orders, a lot of people do throw it because there's a nice little one-way you can play, and then you can get some info as well if people think it's a one-way, and then they shoot at it, so it's just, you know.
I also know, because if you do miss like a certain window smoke, it does land there as well. So it's kind of the case of, was it thrown by Order? Was it thrown by AVANT? And that kind of also indicates a little bit, you know, if it was a misthrown smoke from AVANT, not covering off window on that strategy, not the best idea, but obviously from Order, nice little bait in terms of trying to make them think, obviously. Now walking straight towards the B bomb site, going to be trying to bust out. Jara and Ricky going to be here though.
Ooh, missed a shot. However, gets it as the follow-up. Jara as well over towards Jail, or Get Right rather, able to at least stop these pistols from making it to site for now. Offnu taps him in the head back, but Ricky holds down strong, and that was a beautiful crossfire and a well-played round from Order, only losing Jara with 5 little pistol boys running at them at B. Scoreline 6-7 as we do head into the second final round of the half. Where's this map going?
First half has been pretty quick, yeah. All these rounds kind of have broken down in the first 20 to 30 seconds. It hasn't really been, you know, slow map control from either parties. Has been a little bit interesting from AVANT, where they've kind of just full sent it. Sterling has had enough. But unfortunately, Ricky is also in the right position at the right time. Nice little A ramp set up. Very difficult to flush out as a T.
Oh!
Ooh. Okay.
That's a chance gone begging.
Don't know if it's much of a chance. I think that's an almost 9 possible shot. Someone hits that. That's a ludicrous shot to hit.
Mate,
the way that Offnu moved.
Alistair's the kind of player that's going to hit that shot.
Oh, don't get me wrong, 100%. But I don't think that's like a...
I feel like that's one of the easier shots for Alistair, you know? The ones where...
Have you ever tried holding that angle?
No, I'm not saying I could do it. I'm saying the way that Alistair hits shots, you know, his flick kind of style with the orb, that's easy for him. But
Yeah,
the guy
what
standing
Jordan's
still on the
saying-
middle of your screen
Yep.
can't hit that.
That's it. Can't hit that. Can't hit someone shift walking into his crosshair because he expects it to be the widest swing in the world.
But a tiny little pixel, easy. Easy clap.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, let's see if it's going to be still an easy clap for Alistair. It's going to be mollied and flashed off.
This should be easy for Gyra.
Yeah, should be able to get rid of the AWP just like that. Managed to find the timing onto Apoc's head as well. 2 on 2. They know where Alistair is. Going to try and flash off the angle, but he misses that flick shot. Still gets out alive somehow. Not going to expect Ricky over here as well. Noobs is trying to challenge the angle, and now it's all down to this one-on-one! As Alistair hits the most important one of all at the end of the day. Gets his mark.
He's been hitting so many shots on the peaks today. Reminiscent of, what, 2015, 2016 CS, when you could actually peak properly with the AWP.
I don't know if doing a Ferrari peak, I really mean a Ferrari peak at those times is really the best now when you're thinking about it. Made it look awesome when an AWP does open up like that. Nevertheless, I digress into the final round. Order 2 rounds the advantage at 8-6 for now. AVANT are going to just be setting up for this A-site execute. Just a single smoke thrown at for now.
Well, a chance for Order to actually run away with the half, really. Bring it up to 9 would be a very good result on the CT side of Mirage. And Alistair has been a fairly key proponent of that once he's gotten rolling with the AWP. Continuing his fine form from what we saw in IEM Beijing. Here goes all the util being thrown in by Order to the site. But Sterling's chimed in with a pretty important frag to bring it back to 4 on 4. It's not a retrievable gun for AVANT, but the numbers aren't so out of the possibility now. Unfortunately, Noobs got caught behind Firebox by a Molotov, and I guess there's a reason that it's called Firebox, because there's not a whole lot that he could have done about that. Off Noob in the 1-on-2. Won't land the shot onto Gyra, and it'll be an easy round for Order. 9-6 at the end of the half is the scoreline. This one favouring Order. Question being, is it enough heading into the second? And that is a question that we can answer in just a moment. Well, it was a bit of a roller coaster first half on Mirage, but it ended up 9-6 favouring Order, which, to be honest, to me seems like a pretty good scoreline. 8-7 kind of hanging in the balance. 9-6, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Order now after seeing the end of that half, but gee, I was worried at the start, the amount of times they let APOC run them over.
Well, think of where Avant would be if APOC didn't clutch those two or three rounds, you know?
That was kind of what I was trying to say at the start, you know, where I was like, I feel like Order's looking a little bit better today. It's just that APOC's bailing Avant out of a couple of sticky situations, and that helped out.
Oh, and this could be another one, although he will be traded through. Valiant's up on a Tetris at the right moment, spotting Hazard, just making his way through that smoke of jungle as well. Flipping around, he's heard Sterling drop, and you still over the cover as well. That should be the A site, found Noobster already on the rotation. Missing a sitter there, and unfortunately cannot bring it back, but now he's going to be isolated all the way here at Stairs, given an opportunity, but eventually Order have the strength in numbers, and they will just overrun him here in the corner.
It's really nicely done by Order. Get a pistol round, get up to 10, double digits already. Start to put that pressure on Avant really early in the half when, all things considered, Avant doesn't have a huge amount of rounds to play with. They're going to force buy-in, or at least APOC is, so I guess the rest of the team's going to have to follow suit here, but if Avant doesn't get anything out of this round, and Order's able to get another 2 for free, 12-6, that's a bit of a menacing scoreline.
Yeah, Valent's definitely stepping it up a little bit now as well. I felt like he was definitely exploited quite a bit on that A site earlier on. Now it looks like he's looking to do the damage himself. He's going to be entering in. He's going to try to defend it. All the CTs locked behind smokes for now. Going to go down with relative ease for now. As the smoke fades, of course, it's APOC with the Deagle.
No.
Uh-oh, here begins the damage. He's been tagged down low, though, but there's a lot of Avant players ready to swing in, and one on the flank now. That's going to be Noobster with the MP9.
Really critical for Ustilo to get a pretty quick kill here and bring the numbers back just a little bit. Alice has helped out. There's a rat coming in from behind, but I think Order's going to be okay. Ustilo turns around just in time to deal with Noobster. Had he not, Ricky was still available by Firebox because he'd gotten APOC, and oof, they negotiate the disaster, or what could have been a disaster. And now Avant has to go on to an actual eco.
And already 5 at the deficit, looking like it should be 6 at the moment. As long as Order don't screw up here and Avant don't go crazy with a couple of P2s and a Deagle in the hands of Noobster. Taking the aggressive approach, APOC looking for some info. Taking a risky play, pushing on the other extremity as well. Ustilo will deal with Noobster early. However, Ricky could fall shortly. However, he's turned around at the right moment. Gyra crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and finding APOC looking the wrong direction.
That's like a straight spawn out of like FFA DM or Mirage, where you spawn at T-Ramp and you're looking at someone walking out of Palace. Regulation shot for Gyra there.
Yep.
Orphanage, you're going to try and stay hidden for now with the P250. Ooh, a couple of nasty little head tags.
Okay. Still a chance. And that's going to make it look a little bit easier. Can't follow up on to Ustillo, who will trade through, and there it is. 12 on the board for Order, 3 live at the end. So Avant still some financial damage to Order's economy at the end of it with minimal investment, as they do send it to another gun round. Going in with the M4s. Sterling has that AWP to play with and most of the utility that they need. Only one kit though.
Yeah, Sterling, waiting for him to make a bit of impact at the moment. I don't think we've really talked about it too much just yet. He's going to be on that A site, but Valiance, oh my goodness, look at the pace coming out from Valiance.
Yeah, I didn't really want to touch on Sterling on the T side because I didn't think it was as big of a factor.
I think it's a huge factor, to be honest.
On the CT side especially, if he's not getting rolling with that AWP, the way that Avant are looking right now, they're going to be end up with a problem.
The reason why I argue that that's actually a huge reason why Avant haven't been able to get a lot of these T-size rounds is because normally Sterling's about the 3rd or 4th person in. All right, how many times do you see him with a rifle? He gets 2 kills. He's so good at finding these opportunities for Avant, but unfortunately going missing on the T side, whether it's down to some disrupted play from Order or a lack of shots. Wow. Crouch walk from Gyro. What the hell was that?
I think they heard him jump up on the bricks, just barely as well. Sterling still just dancing around here at triple, finally getting 2 more kills on the board, and it does divert the bomb back towards the B site. Now Valiant's just looking to find the timing, but these smokes as well fading. Noobster with some info, unfortunately whiffs that spray, and now that's the B site in the hands of Order. They just need to hold it for long enough for this bomb to traverse across, but Sterling might just prioritize keeping the AWP alive into the next instead.
Alistair was really in 2 minds there when he was on the balcony. He's looking at Sterling behind triple going, do I try and trade this or do I just run away back in to Palace with the bomb? And luckily he's made the percentage play and made that long rotate over toward the B bomb site or to get the plant down. This will be 13-6. And if 12-6 was a problematic scoreline for Avant, then 13-6 is even worse. Their money's going to be very bad. Sterling at least having the AWP gives them something to play with, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like at the moment, it's just not enough.
When will it be enough, Jordan?
When Sterling's hitting peak form.
Very true.
And at the moment, Sterling's definitely not in peak form. We saw that in Beijing. Here in DreamHack Masters Winter as well. Bottom of the scoreboard. Look, it is what it is. It happens. But on a consistent basis, if that is going to continue to happen for Sterling, then Avant loses a very key piece of their puzzle. That's all I'm going to say. I almost consider Sterling as, like, when he's on, he's the most important piece.
Sterling is pretty much... Okay, the easiest way to describe it, if we're looking at piece of the puzzle, Sterling is actually the box, right? Because you can still try to make it work, but if you don't have the box, how the hell are you meant to like put the pieces together? You need an image.
It's a pretty good analogy.
I like this from Sterling. This is a lot better. I don't like it when Sterling plays stagnant. I love it when he accelerates and pick up the pace. Order also going to be accelerating to this B site right now.
Oh, they're going to be running into a few Deagles, but the dangerous one is out of the picture. APOC dropped over the smoke by Valiance, and the rest will follow suit pretty damn quickly. It was a good start for Sterling, and you often think that if the first kill of the round goes the way of the Deagling side, they're in with a pretty good shot, but in this instance, Order negotiated that one very nicely. And I gotta say, I mean, Order's really looking good today across the board. It took them a while to get rolling, but now you're just starting to get that sense that they're here to play, and it looks like they're gonna knock Mirage over pretty comfortably. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a 16-6 at this point.
I mean, it's kind of the case of, you look at Alistair and Ricky on that CT side, got things done, Estillo multi-frags, Gyro important kills, and now coming onto that T side, Valiance has really accelerated. I don't think he was performing that well on the CT side, but on the T side, how many rounds has he been able to get the entries on the pistol, on the rifle?
Talking about accelerating, look where Apox made his way, all the way up Cat, straight in between a couple of the Ts who have no idea that he's here, and that should be 2, however, it's only 1. Great reaction from Valiance to cover.
Again, just impact from Valiance. This time he's going to be impacted out of the server. Sterling! We said he needed to step up on the CT side, and that is 2 very critical frags in round 21. Avant given a sliver of a chance by virtue of those 2 kills, but Ricky's in CT spawn. And he could well come around behind Sterling. It's all about timing for Ricky here.
Oh, but Hazard as well. Oh, he was in ladder. Lead out weird no already. Sterling goes on an aggressive approach. I believe they know that that bomb is still down over towards mid, so it looks like they're just going to play the timing game. 45 seconds on the clock, so there is time to do so. Hazard needs to get some info. Ricky now, oh, that's actually missed, but Hazard, oh, is he aware that this is a situation?
He's being crunched in from both sides, but Hazard's reaction is just a little bit too quick. Alistair, pressure from 2 angles.
Oh, he doesn't realize Hazard's dropped down into the window.
Yeah.
Oh, threading the needle. Alistair finds himself the timing and should be able to at least net himself a plant. However, look at Sterling just smashing his way in through a main. Plant at triple, and there is an opportunity, and Sterling will take that one hands wide open. Beautifully played by AVANT to keep themselves in the game.
So many moments there where Order could have got the frag.
So many moments where AVANT could have got...
Exactly. It's just one of those rounds where it's like, if I get the timing right here, maybe half a second difference, or someone's looking the wrong way at the wrong time.
Nice
This could be a
edge.
completely different round. If the bomb's not dropped right in the middle of the map, and a bit of an easier spot to retrieve, then maybe Order plays that round out differently, but AVANT have gotten one round now.
Was Hazard playing anti-flash and then just reacted to the peak?
In ladder?
Yeah. Because he was just looking nowhere.
He was looking actually at the window, basically. He wasn't looking down the down towards the door.
Might have been looking there with his eyes, but his crosshair was somewhere else.
But Ricky was, like, he pre-aimed down at the door instead of up on the platform. And that was that.
Yes. Off new. I don't think he's been spotted here. Molly goes under and Ricky goes down. That UMP, it's huge. Great cover from Sterling to find himself a double. Can he trade it? There's a chance now. Ustillo not going to be able to move his way to sight. Sterling knocks him down for 3, and that is going to be AVANT on 8 against Orders 14. They're looking to make their way back into the game.
Sterling had 4 kills in the first half.
Yeah,
and
he did.
He's already got 9 in the second. It's 2 rounds now that AVANT have been able to grab in the second half here. And Sterling's starting to ramp up. So maybe what I was saying a little bit earlier about a pretty comfortable win for Order might have been a little bit off the mark. They've just let AVANT back into the game now. That's a big amount of util going to be thrown right on top of Order, but end of the day, the kills are what matters, and that's what AVANT is losing. A 3-for-1 favouring Order on the entry, despite all of that util damage. Noobster desperately holding from Connector with the AWP, and Hazard comes in from CT spawn, but smoke's going to be thrown down. It's up to Hazard now. That pushed out wasn't expected by Valiance. Nonetheless, numbers are there for Order to trade down, and Noobster now needs to bring out some of that Noobster magic that we saw in his first couple of days in AVANT in IEM Beijing. Has dropped the bomb. Ricky boldly jumps forward to collect it.
I think he might have just heard Noobster rotating down Con. They seem to be aware that he might have made his way to CT or somewhere different. Ricky goes wide, and that's the answer. Noobster just barely able to connect, and there it is. 15 on the board for Order now.
I think that's it. I mean, it's... How many times can AVANT come back from this? They don't have the firepower.
We got Inferno
Haven't had enough rounds.
Right?
Yeah, Inferno. Oh, no, Dust 2, actually.
Dust 2,
I think Dust 2, because Order actually picked Dust 2 against AVANT. So,
yeah.
I mean, this has just been a bit of a topsy-turvy one, but really coming into the second half, Order have just come forward, just demolishing this A site, demolishing mid. They've had the buy advantage most of the time as well. They didn't drop their anti-ecos this time. Out comes the smokes once again. Off Noob playing closer than MP9. Drops a decently aggressive incendiary grenade to tuck himself into the corner. There's a lot of members from AVANT over here. This is looking decent, but how the trade's going to go.
MP9, sometimes a bit of a difficult weapon to get a multi-frag with, and very much the case for Offnu there. Even still, numbers persist for AVANT, and they're starting to dwindle a little for Order. Great angle for Sterling to play from. Very difficult to deal with the rifles. And Order will be left wanting for their map points. For a little longer, I'd say.
A little bit of a chance for Astillo to find a couple of multi-kills there, but unfortunately no more found. So AVANT trying trying to stay alive, which is going to be helped by the fact that they've got 3 alive. Nice little boost coming out to actually pick off Ricky at Palace through the edge of that smoke. And Sterling really picking it up. I think he was 4 and 15 at one stage, right? And now he's like starting to sit at 15 and 18. So starting to trade out effectively right now. Starting to warm up into the series.
Yeah,
If Avant,
not looking good.
if he's able to, if Avant are slowly able to come back, it's really just down to Sterling finding a lot of these impact rounds so far. Great nade coming out as well, just to dent down Gyra as well as Ricky's HP over at A-Ramp. Just a pistol round from them though, this time around for Order as they're looking to get the finances up.
Well,
That's not a good start.
how's that happened?
No head armor. Noobstar and I think that's them surviving the previous round, not upgrading.
Well, Ustilo has an AK now and a little bit of armor. Starting to lose some players over the other side of the map though, Order. So really important that if Ustilo is going to get into this round, he's going to have to do it pretty quick smart. He's in a good spot to have impact though. All about that timing. Checking out the connector and into CT spawn. Has got one on Sterling. Oh, could have won that duel on Noobster as well, but will not. So we're back to 3-on-2, and now Order doesn't have the power weapon to play with.
Ali going to be left alone. He's actually gone aggressive, but Noobster reacts just in the nick of time. 3v1 now, as Ricky has to fight at 13 HP with a Deagle. It's looking unlikely, and it's not going to happen. Avant send it to double digits themselves, trailing Order by 5, and looking to find that overtime.
Oh, okay, that's not really Apoc's fault there, right? That's absurd from Alistair. What the hell was that?
You can barely see his little head.
They know him for his one-taps.
You definitely don't see that every day. Ah, well.
Apoc hasn't learned his lesson. He hasn't gone for the head armor, even though often he's got enough to drop him. He's adamant.
I think you can write that one off as a bit of a freak accident.
Blame it on workers' comp, you know.
Exactly.
How was I meant to know you could flick?
How can he flick?
Hoffner thinks the boys are coming through, but no one's there. Flashes in for the info, and that's going to be enough to stop any rotations, any over-rotations from Avant.
My problem with all these smokes being used nice and early on from Order is now they've only got 2 smokes left to work with. And what do you do from here? Noobstar, please do not push in. I don't think that was really necessary from Noobstar, and that's an opportunity now for Order because there's no progression. There's no aggressive B-site push that was coming out there. There's no ability to trade out from that position. 5-on-5, you still got full control of that A-site. You've got decent control of your short areas. Now that's left a bit of a weakness. Avant have to go probing a little bit.
Order's going to move their way over to the A-bomb site. They've got a couple of players heading in through Palace, a couple through A-ramp, and Avant at the moment don't really have any defenders over at this side of the map. Smoke's going into connector, nothing in towards jungle just yet. Rotations coming across from Avant, and now Sterling sets himself in CT spawn. Peaks the angle just as the molly starts to bloom. He's got himself a pick. It's 4v4 with 17 seconds left for Order to plant the bomb, which is going down now quite safely. All the util from Order allowing Gyra the opportunity to get that done. And Avant on a pretty tough situation now. 3-on-4, trying to hold off this map point. Order with the advantage. Good post-plant position set up as well. 2 coming through from CT spawn. Avant trying to trade down, and has done well. A double kill for him. The AUG going to work, but it's still even numbers, and Avant still need to find more players. Alistair gets the head of Hazza. It's Sterling left alive. 1-on-2. Can't do much there, and Avant will drop map 1. It was their map choice, Mirage, but it's 16-10, the favor of Order. Well, fairly good day at the office so far for Order. They've won Avant's choice, and it was 16-10. Pretty comfortable victory, although it could have been cleaner for Order. There was even a stage where I was thinking maybe a 16-6 is a possibility. But Avant scrounged a couple of rounds together. Sterling started to hit a few shots. Still, not quite enough for Avant to come back in that map. And now they're down 0-1 in the series, and things are looking reasonably dire heading into Order's map choice. But you're not here for my opinion. You're here for the opinions of Mac and Karath. These two absolute five heads when it comes to Counter-Strike. They know everything there is to know.
Okay.
So tell me, Mac, what was your opinion of Mirage?
I thought it was okay. I think both teams were looking a little rough, and some experimental setups as well. I did see that double short setup a lot of the time coming out for Order in the first half, managed to work, but also Avant was essentially gifted mid-control a lot of the time, so they made it to site a few times. It was a bit shaky, of course. Sterling not really showing up until that second half. Bit lackluster. Could be a different situation if that hadn't happened, because we know what Sterling can do when he does fire up early on in these games, and it can't just be APOC going off, not at least in that first half, because it could have been even more one-sided. There could have been a 16-5, 16-4 affair if Avant didn't rely on APOC having such a big round. Speaking of that, like, look at this huge, it was the ace clutch, it was 4 kills at the end, it was absolutely nuts, and I'm sure they were all very happy, as you could see, Noobster really piping up about that one.
I was saying, holy moly.
Maybe
Father Christmas, you've done it again.
Holy moly in no uncertain terms, I think. But for me, yeah, I agree with you, Mac. If it was not for a couple of clutches from APOC, then Order probably runs away with that map and keeps it to single digits at least.
I think the summary of that first half was, it was a very messy and chaotic half, right? I think it was a case of a couple of individuals stepped up for Avant, but Order, I think overall fired up better as a team. More individuals came to play. You know, Estillo was very good at anchoring that A site. I think Jara also found a lot of these impact kills early on that CT side as well as that T side. You know, when that double AWP started to get rolling as well, which we didn't really see Avant had the luxury of doing, right, with the double AWP setup. That really paid off for a lot of rounds for Order. With a couple of missed smokes, you know, the playstyle that Avant had was a very fast kind of scrimmage out, maybe 3 people going forward, but you can't really scrim out with 3 people if 2 of them are getting picked off every single time. You're one man left standing trying to pick 2 AWPers. That's not how this game works, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And then when it came to the T side for Order, it was just great entries, I think, that kind of secured the deal. Valiance then went absolutely pog, in all honesty. He had a shocking CT side, right? And then T side, it was like, oh, this guy's fucking amazing again. So, yeah.
Well, touching on Usilo for a moment, I was sort of speaking about him during that map, and he was definitely a key contributing factor to the success of Order. Obviously, not only in this particular match, but in previous tournaments as well. Don't know if you got the same sense that I did, Mac, in that he was maybe a bit down on form in Beijing, but
he was.
Seems to have definitely picked it up here in DreamHack.
I feel like there was something wrong. I feel like for both teams, it looked like they tried to change it up and tried to counter-strap what the other team was doing, so that's why it looked a bit messy. And I think there was just a lot of overthinking going on a lot of the time, which is why we came into some really curious situations. And I think what ended up winning it for Order was a lot of the time they were just going in twos. They were just going in pairs and managing to get those trades through.
I think Order realized what was going on at the end of the day, especially when they came to the end of that CT side. I think they went, all right, this is what we're going to do to kind of counteract what Avant are throwing at us, and it worked pretty much an absolute charm. I think for Avant, unfortunately, it just didn't work out. They were a little bit spread out, and it was, I think some of the magic now starting to fall off a little bit as well. What happens when, you know, the weaknesses are starting to be exposed a little bit, when you can't rely on the individual firepower as much. I think touching on the point, Estillo actually had, I feel like, a very bad IM Beijing. Like, 1.08 rating doesn't sound too bad, but I think when you're looking at a caliber of the player, what he's like, I feel like it needs to be a lot higher, around 1.2 average. I mean, Alistair had a great tournament, 1.4, and it looks like he's continuing that form so far as well. It looks pretty good in some of those clips that we saw.
Indeed, indeed, and probably will continue that as we head into map 2 as well. It's Dust 2, and it's the map selection of Order this time. It's a very weird thing, isn't it? Because you look back a few months and this was very much an Avant map. It was one that they were picking against Renegades. They liked to play it a lot, and it wasn't so much in the wheelhouse of Order. But now it seems to have swapped a little bit. We saw Order picking this against Avant a little while ago as well in IEM Beijing.
Yeah.
And if you remember, they had a really good time of it.
I think when your history might be a little bit off, because the time when Order wasn't a solid Dust 2 team would have been about this time last year.
Okay.
But also, the last year's gone quite quickly. So,
Yeah.
you know, time flies when we're having fun, and we're having a whole lot of fun here on the desk. But Order have been playing it for a little while. Sometimes, of course, it is shaky, but then other times looking much better than others. So that is why they've decided to pick it today. And up against AVANT, I don't know which way it's going to go, because as you could see, AVANT were starting to warm up towards the end of Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed. Well, we're going to have to find out, Mac, whether or not AVANT can come back into form on Dust 2. They'll need to if they want to stay in the upper bracket of DreamHack Masters Winter, and that will be coming up on the other side of this break.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.esogaming.com.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Welcome back to DreamHack Masters Winter. We're almost underway with Dust 2 between Avant and Order, and right now it's looking pretty good for Order, although we've been in this situation before and things have swung back to Avant and then they've swung back to Order and then they've swung back to Avant and then they've swung back to Order, and it's just this rotating cycle. I could go on forever. The TLDR is though, Mac, that
You're a swinger.
This is, yeah, well, look, that wasn't really where I was going, but if you are interested in joining me, we can talk about it later.
Okay,
on the broadcast. But what I was saying is that I do think this matchup kind of goes both ways.
Yes. Most of the time. We've spoken about that a lot, you know. Sometimes it's going to be Order's time to shine. Sometimes it's going to be Avant's time to shine. And going on to D2, we could have a reverse sweep on our hands, you know. Over to Train as well. Who knows which way that one's going to go. But D2, it's going to be a banger of a matchup between these two today.
I'm a bit more convinced now for Order at this stage. I mean, it's kind of like always the classic case of if Order don't fall off in form, I feel like they're just looking a little bit better today. And Avant, I can't really say the same for them. But if they step it up in Dust 2, who knows?
I am as well. I am definitely leaning towards Order after seeing that first map, but I have to sort of check myself in that every time I've gone, oh, that was a really good first map by Order or Avant, we go into the second and it flips.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go into this one with the preconceived notion that Order's already won the series. Whereas if, let's say, I was watching Renegades play, I see Renegades win that first map, I'm like, probably a 2-0 here.
I mean, even if Renegades lose the first map, we'd be excited. And then we stop ourselves, but wait, it's Renegades.
That's
they
the
haven't
thing,
lost.
though.
When was the last time
that's
they
what
lost
I'm
the
saying.
series? This is like...
There hasn't been that level of consistency from either Order or Avant after winning the first map and converting the series 2-0, even when it's the map of their opponent that they do win. Because we talked about that in the map veto, and it just... Like, it didn't really feel like it made a difference who chose what map and at what point in the series the map was, because any one of these maps can go the other way.
Yeah, and look, going into D2, it's another map just like that. Obviously, you've both said that you like what you see from Order today, and I did as well, but, you know, when Avant have that 15-minute break, when they do get into D2, and they have their choice of side to start on as well, so obviously that's going to allow them to hopefully get some early momentum and try to make this game yet another close one, because that is what I was expecting. You know, maybe some overtime, some 16-14 affairs, nice, tight maps to take us over the line and show that both these teams, again, just so tightly contested.
I think the problem for me is just, once again, it's like this matchup is very much conditional on form, right? And that's the biggest problem for me at the end of the day. It's like when teams, it just depends on which individual turns up, what team turns up. It makes it so hard to kind of predict the stability or kind of like my confidence going into the series, what scoreline it's going to be. And Order's turned up in the first one. It's not a guarantee they'll turn up in the second one. I mean, Alistair, though, recently, I have to say, his form has been sublime, right? I think that's like one thing I can back right now. Normally, he's the inconsistent one. He's been playing very well for Order. You know, Estilo's starting to show up a little bit as well. I feel like when he starts getting into a bit of a momentum, so to speak, he always does really well. And I think the most important thing is that the two... not necessarily the stars for Order are performing a little bit more. You know, Jara, normally he's the one I make fun of for not getting kills. He's actually been very impactful recently, right? And it's been a case of he's individually stepped it up huge these last couple of months. Like, that's noticeable, right? It's no longer a case of, oh, look, Jara's caught out in the wrong position. He's caught out with utility in hand. Trade comes forward all the time.
Well, you're touching on Alistair there, Kevin. We may as well have a bit of a chat. These are his last 3 months. So he's been very, very solid. 1.24 rating over the course of 3 months is... really, really solid numbers. You know, that's pretty hard to keep up over the course of a prolonged period of time. Normally, you'd be looking at, you know, that for a map or two, and then you'd be like, okay, fair enough. But over 3 months, very, very good stuff. ADR of 80, also pretty good, pretty on the money. So he's, I feel like, a linchpin within this Order roster, very similar to the way, you know, most AWPers probably should be for their teams. And obviously, when he's firing, he's probably the most dynamic AWPer, I feel like, in the ANZ region. Just the way that he can sort of make clutches happen. It's maybe not like in terms of impact so much, because I think Sterling's definitely up there when he's on. There's impact there, but just from watching Alistair play from a viewership perspective, I think he's one of the more exciting AWPers to watch.
Easiest way for me to kind of say it is like Sterling is very much the case of he's the AWPer that you probably want on like a solid static defense team. He'll always get you kill that you need. He'll lock down a site, but it's nothing flashy, and that's what you sometimes don't want from an AWPer. You don't want like a simple kind of like flashy AWPer. You want something more like a Zywo, very patient, understands when they need to punish something, has good movement to get into places they need to be, and has great game sense, right? I don't think Sterling will win you rounds out of nowhere, where it seems like it's almost dire and lost. Alistair very much is that factor where you come into a round and you go, okay, it's like, you know, 2 on 5, and then Alistair out of nowhere gets 4 kills. You're like, he's just opened an opportunity for order.
Well, if we're at the point of comparing Alistair and Sterling, we may as well have a look at Sterling's last 3 months as well, and they're actually almost neck and neck. But I would be interested really to actually see the last month stats, because I think that's where Sterling's kind of fallen off a little bit, where Alistair's just continued on that same trajectory, or in fact even improved.
You look at
I want to
Beijing.
see their stats up against Sicko's, because I've been thoroughly impressed by Sicko lately. He's had the most clutches out of any of these AWPers, because he's just absolutely insane.
I think for me, right, it's like the case of Alistair has definitely played a lot. Like, Iron Beijing was a phenomenal tournament for Alistair, but I think that's like an indication he didn't just do it in 1 or 2 superstar maps. He didn't just do it against, like, you know, he wasn't noob bashing, so to speak. He was actually doing it against, like, good teams. Right? He was doing it against AVANT. He was doing it against Renegades. And that, to me, is more impressive there. Whereas Sterling and, you know, Iron Beijing, he did go missing a little bit, and that's a point of concern right now. It's like, sure, you know, he did well in one half right here. That's not good enough. Like, he needs to be able to kind of step up a little bit. And I know it sounds really critical, but I hold Sterling in such a high regard. When he just gets, you know, maybe positive rating, or like, you know, a 1 or a 1.1 rating, I almost consider it a little bit below his normal standard.
Yeah, well, he's a New Zealander. You expect him to be the best AWPer in Australia.
New Zealand AWPers, yeah.
New Zealand AWPers, they just make them different.
Sicko, Greatest Faction, Sterling, you know, there's a few of them that are going around at the moment. The other thing to touch on, obviously, for Sterling is, like, I think what you're saying, Kev, is the level at which you expect to see him is the level we've seen from him throughout 2020 predominantly, because he is... If you go and look at a tournament and you look at the stats page, there's a very good chance Sterling's going to be the top stat-rated player at that tournament. I've got the Sicko stats here as well for you, Max, so let's have a look at those quite quickly here. And maybe a bit less on the ADR side, bit of a higher rating, but very much in line with the other two as well.
For me, it's kind of like more of a case, though. It's like, Sicko... See, every single time I make these Renegades argument, it sounds like I look at the other side and I go, like, you just want to talk bad about Renegades. They're the best team in Australia for a reason. But I feel like some of these stats as well is from noob bashing a little bit. It's like, the argument I can make for Alistair a lot of the time is not the argument I can make for Sicko, right? Sicko definitely will have a bit of an easier time because he's kind of in a roster full of superstars. Let's be real. Like, if I was playing in a team with Ins, he could make me into a good player.
Yeah, if you're not having a good day on the AWP, you can just pass it to Ins and say, look, you're the AWPer now.
Whereas it's like a team like Order or a team like AVANT, where you're looking at Sterling or Alistair respectively on either side, they have a lot more weight on their shoulders because they're not surrounded by, I guess, a cast of amazing players. I'm not saying that none of the players at Order and AVANT are good. They're not to the same caliber of Renegades, and I think that's a fair thing to say.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's also a factor of you looking at which teams Renegades tend to play versus, compared to which teams Order and AVANT tend to play against. And for Order and AVANT, they're generally playing against one another, and then they're also playing against Renegades. So it's a different ballpark for these players to do it against same-tier teams, and in fact better teams than them, versus if you're looking at Sicko, who does he play? First round of the bracket, in every single one of these tournaments, they're playing against the 4th place team, and maybe even in some cases not even the 4th place team, right? They've played Vertex, they've played Chiefs, they've played Rooster, and none of those teams are realistically on the same caliber of Order or AVANT, and certainly not on the same caliber of Renegades.
But Sicko's ADR was lower than both of the other two, right? And that's just because he doesn't have to do as much. You know, he's got the higher rating because, you know, when he does have impact, there's also the chance that they're dropping way less rounds. You know, he's just playing his role, doing his job, holding one side of the map all on his own, or re-aggressing and taking map control.
There's also like one argument to make as well, is that I feel like a lot of these teams don't actually use utility as much as Renegades, and I feel like that's one... I know we've kind of gone on a bit of a divergence as we're waiting to jump into Dust 2 at this stage, but I feel like a huge difference between Order as well as AVANT at the moment, as well as Renegades, is the utility usage. In my mind, it's... a lot of the time I don't see flashbangs coming forward, getting kills. It's a lot of these dry aim duels that are coming out. It's like Alistair's flashing himself in. There's no actually team utility that's coming out as much from Order. Even from AVANT, I struggle to remember like a round on that T side where it was like, oh yeah, APOC, you know, he gets flashed in by Offnu, for example, and APOC peeks into 3 and gets 3 headshots, and that's a really cool team play. It's like individual that's stepping up at this stage. Yeah. And I think that's also a bit of a difference that I want to highlight coming into Dust 2.
You do see it here and there, but certainly not to the same extent of Renegades, who it's like almost every round are getting some sort of util damage or a couple of pop flashes or what have you. Either way, we're into Dust 2, and it is Order's map selection, so by rights, they should win this series 2-0. But as is so often the case between Avant and Order, there is a high likelihood that these maps get traded and we head to train.
Very much could be the case, as Avant seem to be aware of Order's affinity to go towards the B side of D2 here on the T-pistol. Nade at the ready. This is going to do some damage. How's the timing? Placement's good, and that's a lot. Oh my. Order getting completely counter-stratted, and Avant take the pistol in just 34 seconds.
Love to see that if you're an Avant fan.
Yeah, 2 nades in, a couple of taps away, and works an absolute charm. Now I want to see Avant back this up. Don't drop too many weapons if Order decide to force in. But Order might decide to play the long con here and actually just go on the full eco here, which I don't mind either. You've got the AKs out in the next round, and look at the emphasis from a couple of long-range deals with the FAMASas as well coming out from Avant. No MP9s, no M4s, just FAMASas across the board.
Well,
Flash
there's
out.
a little pop flash. It's not really going to catch off Nu at all. And so Order will just decide, we're not too interested anymore. Head right back out into mid.
Oh, I so want Sterling to throw this HE grenade right now, but there's no noise, there's no information. He's not going to do it. Run boost comes out, and Sterling's going to swap that.
Finds himself the lineup, but it's going to be Austin taking as many as he wants. Sterling only ends up getting one.
What's Alistair doing there?
Just hiding on the
chilling.
trash.
Alistair just rolls around the corner like, oh, hey.
See you later.
Oh, hey Mark, how's it going?
Well, into the third we head as Avant keep 3 of these FAMASs alive, make it a 4th as one gets brought back up. Hazard, the only man with an M4 in play. Order with much better firepower, but maybe not so much in terms of the utility. And Ustillo kicks things off nicely as APOC goes down at mid.
Okay, this is starting to get really, really bad for Avant at this stage. They're losing a couple of picks here and there. They're trying to challenge a bit of aggression, but this is what I mean, right? There's no flashbangs or utility fighting this long corner in terms of making sure it's safe. Sure, you get a little bit unlucky, but there's nothing that's actually supporting these pushes at the moment. It's just dry pushes in. Like, APOC pushes, like, dry peaks that tries to find a timing. There's no flashbang.
I think this would be one of the perfect times for refrag, you know, where you could bring up an A long hold from Renegades and all the util that they use and just run out the doors as a T and see how that sort of feels compared to maybe in this instance we bring up that last round there from Avant and see what it feels like to
Ricky's
run out
sitting
as
on the
Order.
corner there. He hasn't been mollied out. He's just chilling there. He's just like, oh, maybe I've spotted the shoulder of one of the CTs through the edge of the smoke. There's no flashbangs that are blinding him. And he's able just to kind of shoot at the edge of the corner. Like I said, I feel like Offnu definitely got a little bit unlucky, but there's no Molotov blanketing that area either. There's no HE grenades being dumped. There's no counter spam coming forward either. And to me, that's a bit egregious because you have all the utility in the world. That's what I mean. There's no, like, that Molotov short, right? Ricky's not blinded off the angle. Dry push coming forward. When you're already down a numbers deficit, I get why you're doing the push. Don't get me wrong. But the chances of it succeeding is all backed on individual performance, not on team play.
Individual performance with 5 FAMASas now as well for Avant. So I'm not sure how you'd feel about that one, Kev, but this might actually be Order just rushing straight through the molly. They don't care at all, and that is a mistake. APOC doubles down. FAMAS can get the job done. Noobsa with such a long spray. Oh, it's so rough. If he has an M4, Valiance is dead, but hey, he gets the job done in the end. 4 on 2, it's not worked out at all for Order, and if they would have just taken that round a little bit slower and played it out, AKs versus FAMASas, long-range duels, good chance they win it from there, but they've gone for the Hail Mary into B. They might think better of it next time.
Split decision as well, leaving Valiance very isolated over towards Heaton, and no one was there able to trade. That's not what you want to see from Order, but that is what you want to see from Avant. APOC, solid hold from Carr, Noobs with a couple for himself, and just a very solid B-site defense.
I think the problem here as well, you look how segregated this push is. So APOC does really well, but there's no trade coming forward. So I think Valiance might have been team blinded, so he finally gets the trade. But Ricky and Astillo are still chilling out in tunnels. Like, they've done the utility.
They were there, they just ran away.
Exactly.
That's what I mean.
Okay, and that's why you're running away. It's like you're kind of leaving Valiance out to dry. You've committed to a B push at that stage. I felt like the chances of success would have been a bit better if they committed behind that, right? They would have been able to flush out Noobster, still utility to play with. But they diminished their chances by kind of sitting back a little bit, being caught in two minds. And we've seen this before from Order, where a bit of miscommunication does occur. Not going to be the end of the world. It's still nice and early on. They've got money to work with in this round. So they've got the AK and the Orb out. Admittingly, Alistair, no armor to work with. We're definitely taking things a lot slower, just progressing up short for now. Very soft control. A lot of Mel members grouped up towards the long area here, and Valence has done quite a good job of actually nullifying all this utility damage that's going to come forward. That's at least 3 HE grenades going to be expended over at short.
Hazza has a big job ahead of him as well. Offnu does have one flash to support, but I don't know if Hazza's going to have too much time. However, the off angle works wonderfully for him, and he doubles down without any assistance of utility. Alistair, almost loses his life, but the team flash comes through. Usillo up short, cannot readjust as Sterling does as much as is necessary. Now it's all up to Ali in a 1-on-4 to get any extra work done, but Avant, look at this. They've locked down Bedroom. They know that he's stuck over towards A long. They're going to try to play this one together. 2 pairs. Alrighty, Sterling feels the full force of that one. Ali aware of the flank coming through. There's no time in the round for the win, but he's just going to look to do more damage. Trade at the end with 2 seconds on the clock, so Ali will still have some money after falling. That's going to be a 4th on the board for Avant.
Oh, looking like a good start for Order, is it?
No, this is what I mean. We were talking about it in the previous series. Ones when the individuals aren't able to land the phenomenal shots they were able to before, right? We're starting to see Jara, 0 kills. Even the rest of, I don't know, rest of Order, not really with the huge impact kills in terms of anything. It hasn't been them cracking open the site. The single round that they won, it was kind of gifted by Avant with a little bit of a red bow, so to speak.
Well, not a whole lot to write home about in this one for Order. Bit of a default setup, just watching for any pushes. OCTs will be giving that opportunity over to Order. I wonder if Valiance has seen...
Yeah,
he
back.
has.
Unfortunately,
No hitbox.
the same as that little beret, it's not part of the hitbox, so there will be no damage, but he had to try something. Okay, run boost over towards short now. Sterling misses the first and the second. Offnu, however, going to be picking up the pieces. Isolates quite Jira as well, and is just going to be tapping away. Pulls out the secondaries. He's very confident. Hazza and APOC, however, will find the final 2, but that is a solid round. 5 alive for Avant, not falling at all to the pistols. And Order a very rough start to their map choice.
Okay, this time around, though, they've got plenty of utility to work with the majority of their players. So 5 smokes. Admittingly, Alistair doesn't have too many flashbangs. Let's see that short control come out again, and maybe a couple of progression smokes. Maybe even a mid to B split at this stage. They've got Alistair posting the angle. And this is what I like a lot better from Avant. That's what I was talking about. The Molotov in the bedroom, the flashbang to cover off as well.
Interesting angle for Sterling to be on. And
Yeah, he's been
should
spotted.
be... Pretty
Oh,
easy pick for Jara. Oh, Alistair actually saves him with the shot through the mid doors. Valiance was there to help out as well. Bit of a tag onto APOC, and that has left Noobster incredibly isolated on B. Offnu's going to try and help him out, but Valiance is too good with a double kill. So that's better from Order. Bit of an aggressive round really from Avant, which I feel like, you know, high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Hasn't worked out this time.
Hell of a read coming out from Jareth, though. Like, when was the last time that you kind of cleared out short like that and you went, I'm going to walk this angle to clear short? It's not something you see very often. Especially without the mid-smoke being deployed, with no flashbangs being utilized as well to clear out that short area. There you can see Sterling. It does look a bit foolish that he's kind of in no man's land, but he's expecting a flashbang to come forward to give a bit of an indication of what's going on. I don't know if you know Hazza can... Yeah, he's not going to proceed any further.
Holding the shadow line is very, very strong at the best of times. That's exactly what he's going to do. Stillo looks like he's happy just to keep his whole set of utility and AK alive. Ooh. As slightly tag Hazard, but that's going to be a very clean round for Order.
Bit of a nasty shot from Alistair as well, straight onto the knob with an APOC.
Yeah, this one, bang.
That's just clean coming out. Just instant crosshair placement onto doors, expecting the swing coming forward, and just reads it like an absolute book. But there are a lot of money still to buy into this, so it's not over just yet for them before they're going to be reset.
Order looking to fight for that short control before it's too late in the round. AVANT, 2-1-2 split, nice deep lines. One on both extremities at the A site here as Sterling tries to edge forward, knowing that short could be dirty, won't aggress too far. Ali is laying just around the corner. This is just going to be a battle of patience.
I think, look, if it's a battle of patience, I think Sterling wins this every single day. This is a very strong off angle. You normally don't progress too far checking this corner as a T side, you can see. Progression smokes are going to be lined up. Estillo as well, just going to be lurking late towards this long A area. AVANT have all these members over here already. Just a single smoke for now. That's actually going to draw out an Incendiary Grenade with plenty of time to work with. Only a single smoke as well. AVANT have no read how many members actually over here at short. With the utility being dumped that long as well, this is going to keep Sterling interested.
Well, he's definitely still looking there, and straight through the smoke. There goes Valiance, and good start for AVANT. Order starting to trade some back. Gyra gets a double. That's huge. It'll actually allow the bomb plant to go down, and Hazard's walking around in no man's land. It's a freebie for Alistair. Noobsta and APOC will now need to complete the clutch, but it goes from bad to worse for AVANT. Just look at the setup order. It's got perfect post plan to deal with this retake from CT, and from what looked like a horrible situation for Order, once Gyra cracks open 2 kills, that just topples.
AVANT look like they have the world against them. Even just the timings at the end is just not favouring them. Gyra, some nasty shots as well to crack open the site and get Order back into the round. It looked like it was going downhill. Then the hill flipped back up, and here we are. Order with 3 rounds now, just trailing AVANT by 2, who are now just on the pistols.
You say just on the pistols, but a few deagles. A bit of a cheeky run boost as well, unfortunately not going to work out, as Valiance has been very solid, honestly, on this T-side rifle today. Noobsta, though. That's what I was talking about with the deagles. Just a progression plan to be up as and he picks off 2 by himself. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. APOC, you can't do this again. Valiant says no. And we have a round once again on our hands.
The reposition from Noobsta, he's managed to rotate all the way in behind both the Order players who are taking their time making it on towards the A site. Noobsta should be able to pick one for free. No one looking in this direction. Val goes down, and it's Ali versus Noobsta.
Yeah, still a pretty good looking spot for Alistair to be in. He's got a minute to get the bomb down. He can really put it wherever he wants. He'll end up planting it for short. Has a molly in hand as well, though, and now starts to look at clearing long out. Doesn't see much from Noobsta over there.
It's all down to timing at the moment. If looks in the right position at the right time, and Alistair knows that Noobsta's there. Molotov will be dropped, though. Alistair going to tank a little bit of damage to reposition to Goose, and he won't miss a second opportunity.
Yeah, just backs himself to hit that shot. You know, he's really standing out in the middle of nowhere. If he misses it, it's Noobsta's round, but confidence from Alistair.
Oh, that's nasty coming out from Noobsta. Not much you can do as Estillo or Gyro there. When I saw APOC get that one, I was just like, uh-oh, this is one of those AVANT rounds where the Deagles just absolutely go ham.
Not ham enough. So it's kind of allowed Order to claw their way back into the half. Do a 5-1 start where AVANT, but the previous 3 have been all Order. When you start losing rounds on the TT side, that's where the money starts to become a problem. So we've seen that come into play for AVANT as well. Order will be feeling much more comfortable about the proceedings on Dust 2 in round number 10 than they were 4 rounds ago.
Did you ever play the triangle?
Like in the band, you know, the ding ding.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Not in like primary school.
That's percussion, right? That's like yeah. I didn't do percussion. I actually tried out for the trumpet and didn't get it because I didn't know you had to go. I just thought you blew in it, so I went.
I reckon I don't know.
And it didn't make a noise.
So you really blew that audition, hey?
It did.
As we look to see Avant maybe blowing that B-site hold as well. It was just Noobster over there, Order making a solid read. However, not fully committing. Very worried about lowers, thinking the bomb could have been stuck all on his own, but Ustillo will find safe passage.
And ever since then, I just decided music's not for me.
Ah, yes, true, true. Ooh, a blind tower of pizza there that Ustillo will happily eat.
I love a bit of pizza. It's been a while.
Yeah, what's your favourite toppings? Let's make it controversial. I love throwing these questions out on broadcast.
Meat lovers.
Pineapple?
I actually see. For me, that's not that controversial. You know.
What about anchovies? I feel like more people like pineapple on pizza than people that like anchovies.
I don't like
anchovies.
Suck. No, I don't like
anchovies. Suck.
They're fish. I don't think.
No, they're shit fish. Because I like fish. I love fish. Anchovies are not fish.
Yeah,
they taste horrible.
I reckon if you say that anywhere in Southeast Asia, you'll get absolutely mobbed on.
Great. I'll eat any other fish, just not anchovies. Oh, just pour bloody table salt in my mouth.
This is my question to you, Jordan. Does Sarah like durian?
She doesn't like durian, but she does like anchovies.
Yeah. Well, you got to be 50-50 there.
Because that's in nasi lemak. Yeah. But she does not like durian, which is lucky for some. You know what durian is, Matt?
Yeah, it smells
Malaysia, right?
stinky.
Yeah.
You can get it in Lidcombe.
You can get it, yeah. You can get it here.
Okay. So into the gun round already. Look at this pace that's coming out from Order. Looking to really pressure this mid as well as this B split this time around. Gyro's occupied Noobster. APOC has dropped the last defensive utility. And this will allow Noobster to come across as soon as he picks off Gyro. And APOC has to lock down the site by his lonesome, but unfortunately too many members to find.
Still here. The bomb has crossed, though. That's the key defining factor here for Order. So they can actually get the bomb plant down, even though they have the numbers disadvantage. How notorious the B bomb site is. That's a bit of an unfortunate one for Ustillo. If he was actually surviving, it's a big deal. Alistair, though, starting to bring the numbers back. And Ricky waits as the smoke fades. Kills Noobster. And is then re-smoked back again. How does Ricky get a 1-for-1 there? The molly goes straight back into upper tunnels, trying to lock Alistair off. There's another one! How many mollies has he got? Alistair knows he has to go through, but there's just no chance.
Sterling's throwing three mollies.
That's unfortunate.
You love to see it.
I would love to know what Alistair's reaction was to that.
All right, one molly I can take. There's two mollies. You just look at that and just go, oh, I can't believe you've done this.
It's not often you get to see some great creativity, you know, just knowing that there is mollies on the ground for you to utilize and just continually stringing them at your opponent for them to have no other choice but to run into the flames and die.
That was a big round from Noobster, in all honesty. If he doesn't get that pick onto, I think, in the mid-round or the early round where he gets one onto Gyro, then he picks off Ustillo when he was on the site, that round could have just been Orders. But now Avant with a honestly, with a bit of a tricky situation. Great HE grenade over at mid. Incendiary grenade to back it up with Valiant straight through the smoke. Hello? And now he's picking up the acceleration as well. Noobster has to step it up big one more time. Dancing around, gets the flick, but Alistair there for the trade.
Woo. That round was heating up.
Oh my, high octane.
Just like Upper Duck last round. Here we go, another B-bomb site hold. This time, actually, Order the ones with the numbers advantage, so Avant will let that one fall by the wayside, relinquishing the round.
Don't give up. I want more of that action.
That was pretty sick. Two good shots by Noobster. Insane shot to start the round off by Valiance.
I was having a good time that round, boys. Avant, I don't care about your economy. Go for it. You can win these. You're hitting everything. Hazza, he needs a bit of motivation. Talking about the being a bit too emotional in that pre-game interview.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the emotions are getting to him or if he's nice and stable here. Mentally, up against Order as Order now tied the game at 6 rounds apiece. Here's another look at that shot as well. Oh my. But Noobster doubles up.
The second shot was filled.
Oh yeah.
Well, 6 apiece. We were actually at this point on Mirage. And then Order ran away with the final 3 rounds. Made things look pretty clean in the end, actually, of that first half. So they can do it again. Straight out onto long. Not really a contest from Avant this time on long.
Didn't really have the numbers there. Ricky just going to try and find a timing peak. Not going to work out as often. It was going to be ready and waiting. Sterling posted up here with the AWP as well. Trying to find and dissect the angles. Oh, he tags off hard. This is where Sterling goes pretty big as Alistair's missed his window of opportunity. Flashbang comes forward. Finally, Ostillo strikes, but I feel like Avant's done enough damage.
Yeah, might be too little too late here for Order, unless Ustillo does something fancy straight through the smoke. He's flashed himself in. No way! Ustillo gets himself a double and gives Alistair a chance in the round now. There's a smoke down and Alistair will get across okay. Re-peeks through it, quick flick, jumps up, has a look at short. Hasn't seen Hazza just yet, but it is, again, high risk, high reward kind of play from Alistair. We love to see it, but not landing the shots that he really needs to make this one look too exciting. 45 seconds left, things slowed down. And Alistair surely knows there's someone somewhere below him, but didn't know exactly where. And Hazza will finally find his man. Oh, well, this series is definitely delivering.
All right, 4v2. You have 15 HP, or 5 HP, whatever it was. You have two options. Do you try to play some angles, try to make your way to site and see if anyone's holding there? Or do you, B, throw a flash, run through the smoke into CT where you have a numerous amount of CTs laying in wait and hope that you can get a couple of kills?
Yes.
True.
Well, you know, I think sometimes you just have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, and what you got to do as APOC is go challenge lower dark, find a timing push, and that flashbang not going to work this time around. That is the bomb as well as upper dark taken. Azathote deciding just to, once again, in the Christmas spirit, give Ricky a bit of a chance. Don't think there's much of one as APOC cleans it up.
That's an ace.
Another ace for APOC.
See you later, Order.
You know what the A in APOC stands for? Amazing player.
Oh, I thought you were going to say ace.
That's the AP, actually.
Exactly. Amazing player OC.
Ah.
Octopus.
Octopus?
Right with like the Murlocs or whatever.
Amazing player
Yeah.
Octopus.
Ape
Because he's all
octopus.
over everything. 8 hands, 8 arms.
8 rounds.
Lots of little sticky suckies. What are they called?
What are we talking? Are we talking? Are we still talking
Octopus
about?
arms!
Oh, I thought we were talking about APOC.
Oh. All right, me carry. Last time these two teams played, Alistair went Super Saiyan, topping the frags. There you go. Me likey.
That was sick.
Once again, like you look how separated that is from Order. There's no trade potential over there. APOC's still just charging up, fully blinded, still gets that kill. He just had enough, and he just went, no, I'm going to take this round. Final round of the half. Another 8-6.
It's really on that tipping point again, isn't it? Where if Avant get to 9, and by rights they should, you look at that as being a pretty damn solid CT half on Dust 2. You think maybe Order have let a little bit too much slip. Definitely had their chances.
Close but no cigar there. Moves to tries to find the timing. Big nade. Ricky forced out of bedroom, so nice utility damage, and it is going to be a 3-man swing up short, but Sterling's already dealt with 2. And from here, it's all downhill for Order. Avant seemed to have the perfect read bomb, however, hasn't dropped into CT, but we are going to see the AWPs reign supreme in the final round of the half. Avant lead by 3, and this time they want to make Dust 2 their map and go for the reverse sweep. But before that, we have to get to a break, and then the second half. Ladies and gents, don't go too far. We'll see you on the other side.
We've moved on to Dust 2, and the tables have turned. Order were up 9-6 on Mirage at the halftime break, and now it's AVANT's turn to be in the lead. That said, map's not over just yet. Order was able to really convert their lead on the first map, and we'll see if AVANT can uphold their end of the bargain as they move now onto the T side. Pistol round would be incredibly helpful in doing so.
Oh, no, but it's just been shut down immediately, so... Uh-oh.
Whose smoke was that, by the way?
I think that might just be the Xbox smoke, so I think that's a T smoke to allow them to come up, but Alistair just playing around it.
Yeah.
I don't know, is that a bit too high up? I definitely have to go back and watch it. But regardless of whose smoke it is, it's all been the Alistair show, for sure. As he cleans up with 4 on the pistol. That's what Order need. Now they need to make sure they don't die to the Deagles.
Production team's trying to get to the bottom of where that smoke came from. And Order, I mean, they've negotiated the first round. That's always good news. Deagles coming out for AVANT, so this will be the second challenge for Order. And arguably more dangerous than the last. Although Hazard's going to stand in a molly and make things look a bit more favourable for Order.
Yeah, trying to find a bit of a timing attack, maybe preying on one of the CTs peeking behind that Molotov, thinking it might be safe for the first 1 or 2 seconds, but unfortunately not rewarded for that one. Order understood the danger after the scout was fired away. Nice HP for Noobstop, has just been tagged down by the HE grenade. So Order so far, playing this pretty far back, but actually this does expose the ability for them to be exploded on by the Deagles coming up short.
Well, Noobster and Sterling both don't have any armor at all, so these MP9s are going to be able to go to town on them. And really relying on Hazard and APOC with the Deagles, and look, APOC's been a bit of a nutty man with the Deagles so far today, so I wouldn't count AVANT out of the round just yet. 45 seconds, and they've started to throw their util into the A bomb site, and they're now working their way in there as well. Hazard loses his head. It's Usilo playing from Goose that gets the better of him, and then continues to re-peek alongside Alistair to clean up the remaining players. AVANT don't get too much done on the A bomb site there, and the scoreline now 9-8, favouring the CT side, that being Order as they start to mount their comeback in the second half.
That's what I like a little bit more from Order as well. It wasn't the case of them peeking just behind absolutely nothing at all. There were a few flashbangs being pegged in there by Jara, you know. I think still is on a bit of a journey. He's going to be aggressing forward. He's got no utility in the back of this MP9. They're actually pushing quite a couple of different sectors, but Ricky is going to cop the ultimate punishment alongside with the Stillo. Couple of nice Deagle shots. Once again, it's the Deagles that are out in play doing the damage for AVANT.
3 on 5 right now for Order to negotiate. They've got 1.5 players now on the B bomb side as Valiant cops a huge grenade just standing outside of the doors.
Uh-oh. I think Alistair's dead. He gets one at the very least, but this round is just turned back around on its head. How is it the Deagles doing the work again? Jara doing his absolute best with the MP9, but it's not up to him to try to bring this round back. Let's be real. AVANT, that's a bit of a robbery right there, and they'll take it with both open arms.
Yeah, that's a bit of a roughie for Order, but it was more or less the bonus round, so oof. Billing connecting the shot through the doors, so it's Ricky down to 46 HP. Bit of util usage over on long from the CT side to ensure that they can take control of that area of the map. And AVANT aren't really pressuring too much just yet.
I mean, you look at the timer pretty much, 120, right? AVANT now with a 2-round lead at 10-8. They've got utility to work with, whereas for Order, that's their final smoke grenade being used. Jara has to push on the back of this to try to find a bit of a gap in terms of the timing, and off Noob, just spraying through, just tags him already down to 36. There's just absolutely no defensive utility for Order to work with outside of these flashbangs and incendiary grenade. They have to concede map control, and AVANT can do whatever they want on the back of still having 4 smoke grenades.
Yeah, Ricky will definitely be hoping that no one's going to head through the mid doors because he's on 46 HP, and with the FAMAS, it's not going to be a fun time for him trying to hold on to things.
How they hold on to B site with a FAMAS and an M4 with a single flashbang to play with? There's no smokes, there's nothing else.
They're aggressive bedroom
It's
right
too
now,
late.
but indeed too late for Order. Information will come across, but they can't rotate even if they wanted to. Now, Alistair's found APOC on the lurk, but it's the B defense that really matters here, and that gets run over pretty comfortably by AVANT.
Main issue there was the M4 went down straight away. Famis was the one that survived, which made it much harder for that hold to come through. However, it is still a 3-on-3 for the retake. There's an AWP in play, but no utility to crack in towards the B side. So it looks like Order might just go for some exits here. Valiant's getting very close indeed. Just trying to see if he can maybe find a re-entry towards the site, but there's a lot of eyes on window, and the man's gone down. In Order, run away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think that Avant should go for exits over here. Smart decision right now is actually just to go sit at car and save your weapons. They're going to still challenge the angles, though. Alistair misses a small opportunity on towards Noobster. And there it is, weapon should be saved. No problems at all for Avant, as they're able to find and crack open the right bomb site. They play that round perfectly in my mind. Just slowly taking that map control, allowing Order to just whittle away the utility. And just trade out from there.
CT side hasn't really started the way that Order would have liked it to. They're back to the 3-round deficit. And starting to run out of rounds. It's only 5 more remaining for Avant to win the map and force us to the 3rd, which would be Train.
The opportunities you want to be missing when you're down in terms of this round, where you don't have util to play with, you don't have the weapons to play with. Gonna have to gamble stack somewhere from Order after that initial pick doesn't work out, but it looks like they're just gonna stack their forces over to B instead a little bit more. Alistair, kind of high and dry at the moment over at car. Has to watch 2 separate angles, and all comes down to timing pretty much.
Looks like we are going to see the re-aggression from Order, which need to take control of long, as they've given up so much control at short there. Ali uses Jyra as a bit of an information gainer, and off the back he will get one of the noobs to the rest of Avant a little bit too late. However, spotting the shoulder pick, Ali goes back in. That's the bomb, and now an opportunity to try to bait out that shot from Sterling, posted on the corner. Off to Creepy, and he's going to go down as well. Big play from Ali, who again is just waiting, but Sterling so good at holding the trigger for just long enough. There's a smoke for the cross and plenty of time here, but APOC needs to hold down short and the site.
Could still be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Avant. 2 on 3. Order have the players coming onto the bomb site, and the bomb's not there. APOC does get Ustilo the big important kill. He was the one with the rifle, and for all the heroics that Alistair puts in, it ends up being around 2 Avant. They're up now 12-8. I just wonder what could have happened had he just backed up a little bit after getting that initial kill onto Offnu. Did he have someone behind him that he was worried about?
Yes, there was a player at short. He had to stay there. Unfortunately, the teammates weren't there, and that's what I mean. Alistair, just from absolutely nowhere, it was given a slight chance to work with. Gave Order an ability to maybe convert the round. Still difficult. They only had a single M4 USBs, no utility to work with. Another attack pause being called by them.
You know he was baiting the shot out with
The shoulder picks, yes.
and the scope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just thought if
I thought you were wondering why he was flicking around like a
No. I knew that, but I wondered if I didn't realize there was someone still short. Obviously, he was in a pretty rough spot. Made the best of it that he could.
Couldn't have asked for more, to be honest. 3 is kind of the cherry on the cake over there. You kind of have to relinquish the fact afterwards. If you got it on Sterling, that's just...
Well, if he gets Sterling, he wins the round.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
This push coming out from Jyra, I don't know if it's been heard out by APOC, but Sterling, top mid with the AWP, might just take the angle and... Oh, he loses one of those duels, but traded out very promptly. But Estillo, there as well. Laser beam M4.
Man is on one today with that rifle. Let's see Ricky. Oh, nice tight line held, and he's going to find the head of Offnu. Bomb down as well. That should have been spotted. Snoopster decides to look for Ustilo instead. Ustilo relinquishing this control of short. Send his way to long. As this is all happening as well, Valiant has made his way into upper dark. I believe Noobster was heard at some point over towards mid. Off the back of this, bomb should be spotted. Valiant's in a perfect position to hold. After Ustillo makes his way to top mid, there will be a solid crossfire. Noobster coming in from that A site. Does he go through CT? It looks like he will have to. He's spotted. Ricky doesn't want to fall for free, knows that the tags have been connected.
Need to see a few more rounds like this from Order if they're going to put any kind of pressure on Avant. There's still such a gap to pull back. The money's really low. Pilsky were here, he'd be saying, well, you know, pretty difficult to make a retake happen on the CT side. Come back from a deficit like this when the money's so bad. But 3 guns alive. That's what you need to be doing.
The start, you need to build up to allow the double ops to get into play for Order. And Avant still have a lot of rounds to work with. Money's a bit all over the place, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually see a couple of pistols in this round, just trying for something quick, and then getting a full buy in the next one.
They did manage to retrieve that AWP towards the end of the round as well, so Ali going to be gifted that one. Util for everyone. Valiant's just on the FAMAS though. Let's see if that has some impact. Flash at mid. APOC clears close. Off the back of this, do we see a faster approach from Avant out mid to B?
Wouldn't mind this. Mid smoke's going to come out. Estello dropping a Cinder Grenade will, I think, damage some of them and push him back for a little bit. He'll hear this.
Like Noobster's managed to find a gap in that smoke. Nice position from Gyra as well, just waiting for a swing to come through so he can drop some of his own. There it is. Just laying around the corner, waiting. Ustillo not going to get his head ripped off by that Deagle at this time. Flash comes through and Ustillo tries to clear. We'll continue to regress as that crossfire too damn strong for Order right now. Avant, they reroute, go back up short, and it's going to be Alistair with first contact.
Flashbang, good enough to push him off the corner for now. But this is the Alistair flicking party. Estillo does go down, however. Nice shot coming out from the Deagles once again. Incendiary Grenade's going to buy time, and obviously Noobs are just on that lurk. He's going to fall eventually. Gyro now going to be joining the reinforcements alongside, but Offnu really finding a couple of these picks with the Deagle to keep it competitive, and it's all down to a 2-on-2 at the moment. Sterling using the budget scout, really doing some damage.
Yeah, this is not good for Order at all. Even if they win the round from here, just losing so many guns. And they might well still lose the round. Valiants can't turn in time to deal with APOC. Alistair won't be able to do it now. There's just not enough time, even if he gets those kills. And unfortunately for Order, the deficit increases back to 4. So they've had a couple of good rounds, but they haven't been able to string them together. And they certainly haven't been able to get a hold of their money. And it's do or die time now on Dust 2.
Well, that's it as well, you know. Avant realizing Ali is popping off at the moment with the AWP, so the best thing you can do is just avoid the mans, and that's what they're going to continue to try and do. Find those routes to site, which are the path of least resistance. Great patience here on their T side. Great pathing as well. So, round 23, let's see if Avant can get it in the next 3, or if Order hit back, as they have a big decision to make. There's not much money there. They really need to save as much as they can.
Controversial, but I think Order do need to actually force up in this one. You can't let Avant sign to roll away with the economy control as well as with the momentum at the stage. That's not a round that you want to be dropping as Order. In the prime position, I feel like it's a good time to chat about what approach they want to actually bring to the A site. You can't allow opportunities, no matter how phenomenal the shots are coming out from Offnu, can't be granting those, all right? Either you got to decide, all right, do we try to fight for this? Do we need 3 people fighting this? Do we try to retake? Okay, we've got to all be on the same page. Let's play the percentage game over here. You can't just rely on individual heroics to bail you out of a 9-13 scenario. It is going to be the force buy coming out on the back of the saved AWP. APOC really just changing things up in terms of getting fast out through long. Alistair as well.
He knows what he needs to do in this round. He's the one with the key weapon. It's FAMAS aside from the AWP, so I'll be expecting much more than even a single frag from FAMAS. But if Alistair can find those picks and just give the numbers advantage, maybe Order can trade down effectively, give themselves a second chance, or really at this point it sort of feels like a 3rd or 4th chance in the second half of Dust 2. Because they have slowly been letting this one slip over to Avant.
Feels like a final chance at this point.
It's like you look at the rounds where they pretty much drop all the weapons against a few Deagles, right? It's like, that's not really a good scenario. You've won the pistol, you won one hard-earned anti-eco, and then you drop the next one against some Deagle boys that just run at you.
Don said he wins the race. AVANT have started to creep their way up into A, and there isn't really that much information just yet for Order. The util that's going to be thrown will give said information over to the CT side, and Alistair sets himself with the scope, looking through the smoke. Usilo's also up onto the A bomb site, so rotation has come across relatively early for Order, and they have all the tools that they need to defend this bomb site. Starting well is Ustilo. The FAMASA's going to town. Gyra's involved, but Sterling and Hazza have pegged back a few, and all of a sudden it's a 2-on-2. 16 seconds, though, for AVANT to work with. Doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence until Hazza gets onto the site. Oh, Alistair, that could have been a dangerous move.
Man's decided against it at the perfect moment. Nice shot. Hazza just popping his little head up, and now the trade will need to come in.
It's so winnable, though, for Sterling. He's got a molly in hand. He's in the perfect spots, and he has an AWP as well. There's just time running out. Order's going to have to move quickly. Spots one out. Does know that there's a player close now as well, but that extra damage, the tag through the wall from Alistair, is going to make it short work for Ricky, and Order will salvage another round. 13-10, the deficit goes back to 3, and this back and forth game that we've seen on Dust 2 just does not seem to end.
You can see as well, Ali noticed and he heard that drop into CT and started to refocus on that direction as well.
I mean, Sterling, I think it was just a case of he got pincered down. Great play coming out from Order. That as well was just calm and composure in terms of that ace and execute. Understanding when you need to drop your utility. Understanding that you need to play defensively and then go accordingly from there. That was absolutely great. And I love that from Order, chaining your flashbangs to make sure they can't commit through a bunch of smokes. Or AVANT can't commit onto the A ramp while dropping that incendiary grenade. And then just utilizing the FAMASAs at close range a little bit. One over at Quad, one over at Gandalf. Makes it very difficult for AVANT to even get the first initial entries. And so, another pause, but this time not a tactical one. (13-10). In the lead, still have money to work with. You can't really say the same for Order, unfortunately. Don't think there's much money for them to work with after that round. They've got an AWP, they've got maybe an AK retrieved over. They're going to have to go down to FAMASAs and maybe only a single M4 or lack of utility, which is never good.
For what it's worth, Jordan, I think you would have been a great percussionist if you figured out how to blow into the trumpet, you know, or if you didn't and you just decided to go for a different route, you know.
Yeah.
Picking up the triangle. Could have been a drummer.
Ding, 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 ding.
Could have got, you know, the stick on the... Is it called like a vibraphone or something? How it goes,
I don't know.
You know?
Yep.
I reckon he would have been a great kazoo player.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think we had one of those in the school band.
Because you just need to blow into that one. You don't need a... You know?
I think you blow. It's like it's a different actual technique to playing it.
What, kazoo?
Yeah.
You just blow.
No.
Yeah.
You don't just blow. Apparently it's like you hum or something like that instead. I know this from watching VTubers, believe it or not. So there you have it.
Oh, no. You're going to believe VTubers?
Yeah. Let's Google it. How do you play kazoo?
Okay.
And if they use the word humming, then it proves that my hobby of watching VTubers is correct.
How to kazoo?
How to kazoo?
How to kazoo. Oh, we can watch a video, but I feel like that's probably something to move away from. Let's just look for a text bait. Okay, wiki how. Thank you.
Oh, we gotta love a good wiki how.
As Jordy's going to be looking this up, looks like we're back into the action, and this is what I was talking about. That money, I mean, it's even worse. I thought they might be able to get 2 FAMASAs. It's actually a Deagle.
It's a joke. It's a joke. That website's a joke.
And it's going to be a long take coming out from AVANT. A couple of flashbangs, but it's going to be Order taking this mid and short control instead. They're going to relinquish this long control over for now. I think Mac's having a great time at the moment.
Yeah, Kev's right. It actually says hum into the kazoo. There you go. So, apparently, whoever that VTuber was, you know, the real person, at least was spitting hard truths. But now, it looks like Order, they're going to go for a more aggressive approach at mid this time off. No. Not going to be peeking around the corner, but Gyra still committing to this angle at Xbox. Offnu, is he even going to commit a flash to peek in the line? He is. But Gyra gets away for the moment. Sterling, however, finds Ali over towards that A site. Dangerous. Offnu, though, on the repeak. He's going to go down. That one was communicated. Molly comes in. Smoke should save Gyra, who just barely gets away.
Flashbang as well. Sterling, though, does actually get the pick onto Alistair earlier on, so Estillo now with a world of pressure. He's actually gone to the AWP, but unfortunately just caught in no man's land. Not going to work out. Ricky, his time to shine.
Oh, there's a little hole, little gap in the smoke. Not sure that's going to be enough for him to work with, but someone makes a mistake on Avant. He might get a bit of a freebie here. I'd say the onus really is on Gyra and Valiant, and more likely than not, it'll be Valiant who has the HP to play with. He actually does catch APOC, but he's also lost his teammate now, so it's 1 on 2, and it's AWPs all over the place right now. Ricky would be lucky to win the round from here. So, as has been the case in the last 10 minutes or so, we'll just trade rounds.
Nerves has played fantastically so far in Dust 2 once again. I think he's really been the lead in terms of everything. I mean, I don't know, that's a consolidation prize at the moment, considering that Avant, sure the money isn't too crash hot, but they'll be able to get a buy obviously on the back of that. Order, can't say the same for them. Money is in the bin, and when you're down 10 to 14 on the CT side, where you want utility, where you want weapons to fight against, you've got a single AWP that's going to be saved over. And no tack pauses to work with either.
Well, it's going to be the force buy for Order, so at least they have some deagles, I guess.
Let's see if Ricky can wave that magic stick to maybe another victory. APOC in a solid position to deal with this early aggression, but Gyra's gone in right below. However, the smoke's just separating and allowing some sight onto Gyra there.
Very interesting.
I feel like this is actually becoming a bit more of a common angle. I've seen a couple of teams actually starting to clear because the way that Smoke Grenade is positioned, it actually does allow the T to peer over, and it's a very hard angle for the CT to combat. This is once again Avant reading the situation perfectly. I felt like they played a great T side so far, and this time no Deagle heroics from Estillo, and I feel like there's not going to be really any Deagle heroics that's coming out from Order. They're going to have to back off and save. 15-10 saving with Deagles.
Well, it's not a
save at all.
surprise. I gotta say, it's not a surprise. Because how can you, in any stretch of the imagination, imagine Order and Avant being a 2-0? I can't. Hasn't happened. Never. Ever.
Not often.
Not once. Yeah, it's one of those matches that you take every map as it comes, and you forget about the rest.
Usually for the best. Well, Ali couldn't get anywhere near that AWP, unfortunately for him. And he will have the consolation prize of a Deagle and a Famous carried across. Let's see if he just drops one, maybe to allow some more utility to be purchased up. But Order is looking like a longer afternoon than maybe they expected. Avant, however, really showing Order that they should not be picking Dust 2 into them. Molly at the bedroom doors, Gyro with a bit of chip damage, Smoke to the corner, and Avant win the battle at long. Issue is Order, they've invested almost all their utility in the round to try and take long and not come away with it.
Just can't fight. It's unequal grounds in terms of even you have a bit of utility, you can't fight against Avant, who are flinging pretty much half the belt of their utility, where they've got a lot more money to work with. A lot better utility as well. What a shot coming out from Noobster. Out comes the A site. I think this is the beginning of the end.
I would suspect so as well. Sterling's got a spider sense tingling that someone in the smoke, and Order just really falling apart on the CT side of Dust 2. They got a few rounds, but Avant was always able to answer with back a couple, and so there we go. It's the end of Map 2. Avant have won it, and that means we're headed to a third. Train will be coming up in a little bit, but before that, we'll break down Dust 2. 3 series in a row, Dust 2 has gone to Order, but that has changed here in the 4th, and Avant seem to have learned from their mistakes, maybe gone back, had a look at what Order's been doing, and figured out a thing or two, because Order has now lost the second map 16-10, and so far the rounds are completely tied. It was 16-10 win for Order on Mirage, and now a 16-10 win for Avant on Dust 2, which means we're heading to a third map of Train. And if I remember correctly, last time we saw them play Train as a third map decider, fellas, that was a pretty exciting map. So I wouldn't be too disappointed to see this one go down to the wire again, and I think that's probably where we will be going. Train, obviously, a map that both teams don't mind playing. But first, let's touch on Dust 2 there. It sort of felt like, to me, Order never really got going, and Avant just was able to walk all over them.
Yeah, it felt like Avant just were in the lead from, you know, the half-time, and then second half kind of just was a, what is it when, you know, it's just like, you know, slowly but surely just happened, you know.
Just pushed over the line, pretty much.
Yeah, paper
Brought it
cuts.
over the line. Yeah, death by 1,000 paper cuts.
That's the one.
I think this is a case of you look at the start that Avant did have on the CT side. I think they were up to a 5-1 lead, so that's always a good thing to have on the CT side. You had a couple of bonus rounds to work with. You know, you finish your CT half 9-6. You're not ever coming. Moving on to the T side where you have economy control is always great. Okay, pistol round goes in Order, it looks pretty favorable, but then they lose to a round where there's a bunch of Deagles, and I think from there it kind of just fell all the way apart. I definitely liked Avant's T side approach a lot more than Order's T side approach on Dust 2. It was very reminiscent of Order's Mirage T side approach, but a lot slower. I guess it was very methodical the way they took map control. They understood where the CT economy was at. They didn't lose too much to the AWP of Alistair. Definitely nullified him quite a lot as well. And that's kind of, for me, how they rolled forward to a victory. And you can't really blame Order at the end of the Avant at the end of the day for doing that. They did it quite systematically well. I can, however, blame Order for not being able to kind of defend themselves against Deagle rounds a lot better, right? Because, you know, one round, yeah, sure, you should have learnt your lesson from Mirage. Can't let it happen to you on those instrumental rounds on Dust 2 and kind of get your economy reset, and everything falls apart from there.
Yeah, it was just rough, you know. And hoping as we move into Train that the AWPers continue to give us a bit of a show, because Sterling definitely fired up in that second map. And that's what I was saying in the pre-show as well. Before we did go into Dust 2, I still felt like it wasn't over. You know, Avant, they were showing us what they were capable of towards the end of Mirage, and they definitely carried that into Dust.
Well, it's never over in a series like this. I said it just as well. I was thinking, like, at what point can you ever foresee this being a 2-0? Even if you win your opponent's map choice. I mean, how many times we've seen Order win Dust 2 consistently against Avant of late, and then it swaps back over. So it's just a case of not being able to close the series out 2-0 on either side, if it's Avant that get the first map or if it's Order that get the first map. Anyway, we're into the third, obviously, and let's talk Train. I know this is one of your favorites, Mac. I guess we're going to get to see it again. It was a close result last times we've seen it played, and look at how close it is even as far as the stats are concerned, you know. So hard to put a whole lot between these two teams. I would say I probably favor Order on Train a little bit, but it's just a smidge.
It's so hard to tell, honestly.
I think
Overtime.
it's since incorporating Noobstar, what I'm hoping is Avant have done a decent amount of prac on here. I know Noobstar can pick up that secondary AWP. You could see he had a bit of influence, although I've really liked what I've seen from him on the rifles as of late. So I guess we'll see once we do get into the map how that goes, but you know that Order are going to be bringing that double AWP setup. However, issue with that, it's a very costly setup. So we always talk about, you know, trying to stabilize that CT economy, and it's so much harder to do if you are losing those AWPers. So it's very crucial for the AWPers to excel.
Indeed, indeed. We've got a couple of good AWPers in this this matchup, so that'll be a pretty key factor. Kev, do you have any words you want to say about Train, or any expectations here, or what's
expectation for me is overtime? In all honesty, it's how many matches. This series always kind of boils down to me. It's overtime. Train. It's a hallmark because it does go all the way. I don't know. It's once again, it's the form, the factor. Once those individuals start falling off for Order or for Avant, it just looks a little bit shaky. So let's see what they've got in the server eventually, and that's kind of where I paint my picture from there.
All right, well, enough talk. It's time for us to start getting this ball rolling. We'll head to a break, and then we're headed into Train. It's the final map in the series between Order and Avant.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
AVANT and Order going head-to-head, and they once again find themselves in a third map. And the third map for this series is going to be Train. Now, we've seen that a little bit in IEM Beijing as the third map, and even as one of the selections at one point as well. Kind of hard to say, though, where this one's going to end up. At one point, it looked like it was an Order map. At another point, it looked like it was an AVANT map. Some pistol round wins here, 4v5 USPs, these kinds of things. do tend to get pulled off on train by both of these teams. So, look, I'm not really sure where we're headed in this particular series.
Only certainty about train, all right?
Okay.
I'll give it this to you. Straight hot facts, right? This is why they pay me the analyst bucks. Renegades don't play this map. They ban it every single time. That is the only certain thing in this series. They're not even playing this one.
That is a very certain fact that Renegades will not play train in
That's
this
the only thing we can tell you
series.
at the moment, because if you want to ask me who the victor is in terms of who's going to win train, problem is it is topsy-turvy. It's gone to overtime before between both of these parties. It's always been that decided map where even at the end of the day, it's like it sometimes goes 19 to 17, 23 to 21, you know, and you just can't separate both parties until the very end.
Yeah, look, on that Renegades topic at least, I can tell you that Renegades do play train. They just don't play train against these teams. They ban it because they know these teams are good at it and they play every map in the pool. So because they don't refine it as much as maybe some of these other teams, it's, you know, hey, we're going to ban that. So we have a pretty good chance of not losing to you today. And that's pretty good when you play all 7 maps in the pool. However, in this matchup, which is what we're here for, hopefully we get into the game very shortly.
Couple of minutes.
I never seem to get to cast both these teams on train. I always end up missing out on that matchup. Usually it's Inferno for me. I think it was you two and Mr. Pillbanger last time in that lower bracket match, which I had a look at from home, but I also had recently purchased a puppy. So the puppy was doing puppy things and I was not able to watch Counter-Strike in my free time. But I'm sure this will be great, and I'm excited to see train between these two teams. So, you know, that's my in-depth knowledge of train between both of these teams.
I don't know where to go from there, to be honest.
I just want to call that segment Max Monologue.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to, like, throw it, and then you guys were like, oh, I'm intrigued.
I
Tell
was
us
a little
more.
bit intrigued.
Yeah.
How's the puppy going?
Puppy's all right. Yeah, she learned how to climb the fence and gets everywhere in the house she wants now, including up on tall tables to find her treats.
Real question, though. Have you taught Pico just yet how to throw the sandwich smoke?
No.
Very basic stuff. You got to start it right? We start with the
Should,
basics, crosshair placement, and then maybe the smoke into sandwich.
Well, she knows how. I taught her how to sit, lie down,
Okay.
stays, working on stay. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. you know.
Just like FPLC. Sometimes stay there. No, people just start bolting off. So already Pico up there in terms of discipline.
You know, just like a lot of Counter-Strike players as well. Heavily invested in the instincts and loves to just follow their nose. So let's see what happens here and if anyone's going to be following their nose, if anyone's going to be instinctively pushing out on their own, or if it's all about the team play, which is, I feel like, where we're going to be heading.
Well, my instincts are telling me that we're in for a pretty tight final map between Order and Avant. It's what this series deserves. 16-10 on Mirage and Dust 2 respectively, which has left us here. And Avant will start off on the T side. It was Order that won the knife round. Not really much of a surprise that they've chosen to go to CT. A couple of flashes. Bit of a util invested in for Avant this time. Got themselves a Molotov on Noobster. And Alistair's going to get out of there quick, smart. Spotted a lot of T's headed in his direction and not so eager to take that kind of a challenge.
Valiance, though, has managed to make this flank alongside with Ricky, and they're going to be able to clear out this T-connector player. Do you go for the knife? No, Valiance just decides just to execute him. And Ricky, that's a bomb found. That's a pretty big pickup. Avant now going to be scrambling. Can't really bust out through SL to challenge. Used to have too many angles to deal with, and Ricky's covering off from the other side. But Oknu alleviates a lot of pressure right now, and is looking to continue forward. But Valiance with the USP. Talking about standing up. He's going to do it with a bit of flourish as well with that flick. Hazza, I think he's pretty much out of any opportunities to win this round, just looking to do damage right now.
Well, that was something.
Certainly was. Great start to the third map, final deciding map of the series. As Hazza is just hoping to maybe find some timing here. And that's something that obviously plays some influence on train. Many angles to watch, many nooks and crannies to cover. And Hazza will flick around in time. However, Val flicks better and will find himself that quad kill to kick off map 3. Very sharp shots here. I thought he was in trouble as the two-man push, two-man swing started to happen over towards T-Con after he did lose Ricky, helping him control that bomb. But look at that second shot, flicks back. Great mechanics being displayed by the man.
Well, but here comes the Deagles. You can always back Avant with the Desert Eagles in hand. All of them, as a matter of fact.
4 smokes for Avant as well, so they can cut off quite a few angles. They've got pop flash there potentially for Offnu, although he's kind of isolated at the moment towards the B bomb site.
That's what I mean.
Already.
This is what I mean.
How?
APOC.
How does
2
he
picks
continue?
just like that.
I don't understand. It's like he's a double kill machine with the Deagle.
One big problem though, Avant have all this control of A2, but they don't have control of the C4.
Noob start. How can he follow up that one? 23 HP. Looking to try and find some timing, find a line. Oh, Gyro drops off that some information. Dig in hand, and oh, look at this. The timing, perfect. Noobster, he's spotted the barrel as well. He's seen the shadow, he knows, and that's another. Back to the 2-on-2, 40 seconds. And Ivy. All cleared out, Sterling though. Nice and appropriate with that response. So towards A main though, Val still lays in wait, and it's a matter of timing. He makes his way out. Noobster goes down to this 2-on-1. Val though, feeling it today. 3 kills in the second round to bring that one back for Order, who almost let that round slip out of their hands.
Yeah, I mean, great shots once again coming out from APOC. Opens up a huge window of opportunity, which Noobster capitalizes on. But Valiant, once again, standing firm for Order at this stage. I feel like I've seen these Valiant games before, where he just goes absolutely huge on the CT side. And then the question is, can that small site stand up to the same pressure? Can the veterans kind of go the same way? Well, Avant managed to get the bomb plant down, so they're actually going to be forcing up into this. APOC's got no utility. It's actually just him on a bit of a wayward buy. The rest of Avant trying to be a bit more smarter with the money.
Ricky now gets to lowers just in time. Might have still heard a couple of the footsteps coming through. Nade misses the mark. But does alert Avant to Ricky's position, so he backs away. Valiant just barely moves, and APOC is going to be spotted trying to make his way out after wrapping on Cat. Now Ricky tries to fight lowers, pulls out util, bad timing. Molly in a perfect spot though, and bomb crosses the site. Avant should at least manage to get that one happening. Ricky locking down all the lanes, but not the final man. APOC, AK in hand. And we've seen him win these before, but not this time. Too worried about the flank coming through as Valiant puts a stop to the mayhem Avant started to cause. That's going to be 3 in a row. Order with a successful retake. 3 alive as well. Couldn't ask for too much more.
Yeah, holding on to the majority of their rifles as well. Always a bit of a good look. So 3-0. Avant haven't really had a buy round just yet, so they're finally going to have one in here. Even with the forced up AK, with 0 or barely any reserve cash in the bank account for APOC, you'll have enough to grab a bit of utility. Rest of Avant, anything else they really want, they can get it. Not everything. Can't buy armor and M249s, but it's close enough to what you want for a proper T-side execute. I don't think you want an M249 for Christmas.
No, a crazy weapon.
For all the wrong reasons.
Well, Offnu, oh, might just suffer to timing here. Starts to make their way through, but both the CTs are not spotted. Boosted, Offnu reacts in time and knows the second man's here as well. That's going to be one for Gyro, who backs away. Doesn't want to lose that B site, knowing the trade's coming. But as this happens, Val, has he gone up the ladder? He has. Tries to make this flank come through. Ali now going to be isolated on bomb train, but in comes Val and deals with Hazas. So we're back to a 3-on-3, make it 3-on-2 as Sterling deals with Bustillo. And now it really is all up to Ali to hold, but a nice peek from Sterling makes this one happen. Val going to be heard going down ladder, and Avant have all the info in the world to capitalize on the round. Sterling connects. That's going to be a triple for him, and the first round found on the T side for Avant.
Actual across the extremities, in all honesty. Opening frags don't go in the favor of Order. They're able to, Avant able to capitalize a little bit, stabilized a little bit by Order then. And unfortunately, the undoing was actually Alistair missing a couple of shots down 8-2 and probably being pressured from too many angles. Drops the smoke, exposes the body. Sterling will easily grab that one. Bit of a mixed bag buy for Order right now. They don't have money for everything in the world. It's actually a double AWP setup. but reinforcing this is only 2 Deagles and an M4. Pressure now to Ivy. Alistair picks up only, I was about to say a single one for now, but there's no utility to kind of get him off the angle. Has it as well to punish, or not retrievable.
Yeah, I think... Oh, okay. Might be retrievable now, though. Head taken off. Sterling throws a molly, which will let Order know that there is yet another player over at the end of Ivy. Let's see how this one goes. Looks like Sterling... Is he trying to shuffle that AWP away? Looks like he has, for now. Off New Valiance, shoulder to shoulder here. Searching for one another. Often a very crucial piece of the puzzle, and of course he wins that engagement. Superior firepower and ready and waiting. Great patience. APOC flashed in, and this has just looked like some solid fundamentals coming up for Avant to get back in the round. However, I would like to ask, how would this round have played out if Ali just waited? It was obviously the call that his teammates were coming through, but he went for that repeak and lost the AWP at server.
So
maybe
hard to survive from that position with no smokes, no utility. You're going to get mollied out. You're going to get
But
HE'd.
U2 was coming. I'm sure they would have communicated that. You could see it happening. 3 men running over.
I don't know if there was enough util to bail out, to be honest. Like, smoke grenades don't stop HEs or mollies too well, and you're using so much. I don't know. I feel like it very much is the case of that's a classic Alistair round where you have to go aggressive and make a bit of a play, but if Avant are reading into the situation, they actually double peek him, then it works out a lot better. So we'll still be able to keep an AWP into the next round, but I really have to say that was just great patience from Avant, just punishing just the over-aggression on that 3-on-3. You saw Ofenu just waiting for a chance, manages to make it work. As well as a flashbang into Ivy then. So they've got the 3v2. All right, now they feel a bit more comfortable. They've got that pincer pressure coming in. Perfect flashbang from Sterling. Not much you can really do as Gyro, who's trying to hold on to Ivy pressure. So a full eco that's coming out pretty much outside of the AWP that's saved over in a single Zeus from Gyro. Or is our cheeky little boy going to be taking that? It's going to be Innes. Cheeky breaky indeed.
It's going to be a rough round for Order here, and Avant should be able to tie up the scoreline. For now, just expecting some aggression here towards the B site. Boost over the top. I like what I'm seeing. Fortunately, it does not pay dividends. Sterling can't quite connect through the wall. It was a hard shot to hit, though. And Gyra hoping someone falls into his little trap here with the Zeus. Just a full stalemate here.
Yeah, I mean, Avant just want to see if they can pick off any stragglers from Order, maybe a couple of these USPs starting to make a bit of a play, try to catch someone off guard. Reality is, though, it is going to be a B side hit, maybe a couple of CT smokes being utilized just to fake it out. They need to start moving soon. Noobster going to be pressuring him from the other angle. And this A side smokes means that Ricky actually rotates the AWP into CT spawn to watch this Ivy flank. Now they're going to be coming in through uppers. Gyro might be able to slide through a bit of timing at the stage to just stay safe for now.
Okay, shows
Drops the bomb carrier. Uh-oh, this is starting to get deadly now. How are the USP's done it again? 8 seconds, someone's got to get down there onto site. The flank is going to be coming forward, though. Ricky stops one pressure. Is there enough time to get the bomb plant down? No, there isn't. The USP's and the AWP has actually won that for Order. Oh dear.
Half a second late.
We always
again.
It's always the USPs that win at the end of the day, and Gyro just denies the bomb plant. There's no coverage from APOC until it's too late at that stage. He's dinked down low.
Where'd everyone else go? There was so many players on site just fighting for some control, and they just could barely not get that plant down. So Avant, just a crucial mistake, leaving it a little bit too late. Again. How have they done that? As the late and great Jordan Elfish Guy Mays certainly likes to say.
I don't think he's late and great. He's still here.
It's a term. Doesn't mean anything. Let's be real.
Late and great.
Yep.
Want to go on a date?
All right, mate.
I feel like that's a bit of a bait.
Sorry, mate.
I don't rate that.
Why not?
I hate it.
Pretty bad trait.
No debate.
What's the haps, fellas? 4-2.
Yeah, USPs. Alistair. Ali Pog.
I heard you were coming back and decided to fire up on the USPs, Jordan.
What I like. I'm a big fan of the USP. Way better than the P2000 IMO. Anyways, Gyra has an M4, so it doesn't need a USP.
Oh my.
Putting that rifle to good use. Dancing around the smoke at the back of the bomb site, and that'll leave APOC and Noobster, or rather just Noobster now alive to dance around the bomb train. He's spotted by Alistair, who's up in heaven with the AWP. 5-2 the scoreline. Order rampaging away with the CT side of train at the moment.
Yeah, the A-site defense looking sharp as nails now that they managed to get the rifles back in hand. Everything working out very well there. And Order find themselves a 5th on that CT side. Now, Avant on the Deagles. We've seen what they can do in the past 2 maps, but it's train. Can they pull the unbelievable again? Well, APOC at least has the AK to play with, and man's been on one today. Got some big damage from that nade though, and he's looking to lead the charge at Ivy.
Going to try and find a couple of stray shots through the smoke, but that's just going to indicate over to Order that it is going to be a force buy. At the very least, a few AKs to play with.
Has Dry been spotted? I think he had. However, refresh on that smoke, and Avant, after making some noise, will just back away, leaving Sterling solo. 3 smokes, 2 flashes, Sterling with one of the said pieces of utility. But APOC decides to run back. Double up Ivy instead. In comes the flash for Jai to get some info. Oh, he barely slides away. So now Ricky finds first blood. Minute and 10 seconds into the round. Offnu hits one onto Ricky though, and that's dangerous. Hazard finds that as the smoke fades, and the round as well could just be fading away.
Yeah, it's just once again one of those rounds where it's just impatience coming out from some of these members on Order. They give a couple of opportunities to Avant. They're trying to play around smokes, and it's just so risky not utilizing the rifles at a better angle. It's just one-on-one aim duels. No trade potential from Order. And deservedly punished by Avant, in all honesty.
How many rounds has Order actually lost to the pistols today?
This would make it at least a 3rd or 4th in my mind. Downstairs, AWP gun barrel going to be spotted out, but often can't convert the headshot. So back to a 2-on-2. No smokes to play with though. Hazard tags up Gyra, softens up a little bit more. Okay, this is now starting to get perilous now. It's all down to Hazard, who finds the timing peak and should win this one as well. Gyra, no chance he's going to win that.
Well, as you say, a bit too close for comfort, but in the end, it's just a pistol round from Avant. So if that goes down to 1 player remaining, that's totally fine. It's Order that comes off worse, regardless of how many players are alive at the end. So Avant get, well, what would be considered maybe a freebie up to 3, when otherwise the scoreline here could be 6-2, and Order would have great cash had they been able to win that round comfortably.
Could also be 4-4 if Avant didn't lose to USPs. So many rounds going either way.
Yeah, going a bit pear-shaped, so to speak.
Yes.
Why pears? Why not apple-shaped?
Because apple's normal, right? Because it looks circular, and circles are normal, whereas, you know, pears
Are a bit.
they have like an extra sort of lump on them, and you sort of think, oh, that's a.
I don't know. I don't mind the pear shape, to be honest. Looks pretty good.
Maybe you love a good lump too.
Yeah, I would love a lump of gold.
Would you?
Yeah.
What would you do with it?
I would sell it for RS membership.
Retire.
An appropriate response.
All
One
right.
that I can get behind.
And then I'd mine more gold with that, which unfortunately isn't worth as much. Regardless, I'm digressing a little bit here. Is opening engagement actually. Avant try a bit of an off timing push, try to catch maybe one of the CTs at Ivy off guard, but in reality, it's Gyra that gets a small opening for Order, as they've also got T-Connect to control in the back of this force buy. I say it's a bit of a force buy because there is a Deagle as well as an MP9 out in play. They've really depleted their reserves to try to make this work. Oh, Valiant. Did he just time it? That's disgusting.
straight through the smoke. Through the edge of the server too, so very rough death there. Oh, aggression.
How
and
many
the
binks was that?
3?
Triple?
The triple bink coming out for Ali. So MP9 still has that accuracy at long range apparently. And now from here, Avant left with 2 alive against 5.
And this time they've only got AKs, not Deagles to play with. I know that sounds like a bit of a meme, but honestly, if Avant had Deagles here, I'd back them a lot more than if they actually had AKs. There's the first pick, though, going in their favor, but Hazard tanks a lot of damage to try to bring the numbers back a little bit.
Big flash coming out to allow Valve some info, but he's in a rough position. Boost comes over the top to try to help him out. Option up, idiot wall flicks around and won't find Ali. Ricky from the top of the hut makes his way across and finds both the 2 remaining Avant players. There it is, 6-3.
I'll boost you up, no worries.
Oh, that sounded a little bit squishy when it was slowed down, didn't it?
Good news for Avant, though, is that they've got enough money to buy back into this. The bad news, though, is that they don't really have much utility to work with. Sterling's going to be looking to challenge this angle on the back of the run boost. Jara drops the smoke nice and early.
Yeah, nothing too crazy happening just yet, although Yustilo's push into T-Con is something of note. So steady round here from Avant, they've got players all over the map waiting for any aggression from the CT side, which they're not really going to get, with the exception being obviously Yustilo into T-Con. But that area is well and truly in control of Order. They've smoked it a second time now, really trying to run down the time up of Avant. They've also run down their utility stores. It's a couple of pieces of incendiary nades, few flashes for Order.
And you have to look
Really
where
not a whole lot.
you have to look where the utility is at the end of the day as well. Utility is not anywhere relevant. It's over at Ivy where they've got the bomb. It's what do you even do with the presence over here? You have to kind of risk it in terms of everything. And that's some of the team play now coming into advantage.
Very good flash.
So it has to be a smoke on a sunny side of things, but Jara can peer over it. You don't have any control of T-Connector. You don't have any control of SL. Sterling's going to dive through that. Moves to peeking on the front side of it. I don't think this is going to work.
Well, they're trying, but the time was certainly against Noobster, and unfortunately he couldn't get anything happening over the line. There it is, 7 now. Order really starting to button down the hatchets. Some more rounds on the board here on that CT side. Avant seem to be unable to find any openings, really. And every gun round just seems to be shut down so quickly by Order. Ricky, here's all these footsteps. Looks like it's going to be gung-ho straight through. Smoke down. Ricky only able to get 1. Moving Tech 9 going to be a little bit too much, and that's enough to get the bomb plant, which is all that Avant's looking for. But let's see if they can maybe get around as well.
Plenty of time for Order to dump a lot of utility on the right spots. There's another HE grenade onto the Inners train. There's another Molotov on off Noob. Has to peek out. Noob stop.
Oh,
Trying to play the smoke timing, but I think Alistair understands what's going on. But still, Noob stop. Now Orp in hand into play.
Oh.
Legs is still actually falls to his death.
Yes.
Oh dear. Stillo wasn't expecting a leg, and unfortunately Gravity did the rest of the work. Avant, I think they've accomplished what they set out to do, which is get the bomb plant down.
What a ridiculous turn of events.
I don't know, that's what happens when Gravity hurts sometimes.
Well, I, for one, will not be jumping off any trains.
And I'm glad to hear that, honestly.
I'm glad as well. You're not allowed on top of trains.
That's also true.
Do you know why? Because you haven't tapped your card, that's why.
Well,
I'm just not liking the pace, honestly, from Avant. It does feel a little bit desperate right now. It's being picked apart quite systematically well from Order. I have to say that as well.
blink and you'll miss it. Avant Another gun round going, as you said earlier, pear-shaped.
What's wrong
Lumpy.
with pear shapes?
Like some lumpy custard?
No.
No.
I don't like lumpy custard at all.
Why is it? Because lumps are weird?
Lumps are weird.
There you
in
go.
custard.
There you
In
go.
custard.
Lumps are weird.
All right, but if you had a lump of gold in your gravy, then would you say it's still
I
weird?
prefer a nugget of gold.
I don't really want lumpy gravy either now that I think about it.
Yeah, no, that's pretty bad. Definitely don't want mollies coming your way. APOC going to try and swindle his way through the smoke. Might just work out.
Oh, Sterling gets off the line at the wrong moment. Could have been an opening back into the round, but APOC's going to be doing it over towards the B site instead. He does shy away back towards the brown halls. Bomb still positioned down in T-Con. Sterling trying to fight his way out of Olof. APOC, however, happily just being a nuisance over towards B, seeing what he can find.
This is pretty much all come undone, though. Like, APOC thinks he's doing a really, really good job, but the reality is where Stillo is. It's just going to stop an extra person from rotating across. They play very safe in the A site and kind of just allow Avant to fall into the trap. You can see where Driver's sitting at. Flashbang, just to kind of get a bit more position. Another flashbang, just to allow Stillo to peek out as well. This is really solid. It was sure the Alistair tag that got the work done at the end of the day in terms of the damage. Now the AWP versus AWP deal. He's going to be playing around as Jara forgets that to reload. Doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Great trades though. 3 alive and order. The economy is still there as both AWPs seem to have been carried across, so they won't have to worry too much about a heavy investment into a couple of the big greens. Great shots coming out from AWPs on both sides that round. However, Order now leading by 6 rounds. Let's see if it's going to be a 6-2-9 affair and Avant can lock down 3 at the end of the half here, or if it's going to be a change of pace here on Train.
Oh, well, there's a chance gone begging for Alistair. A difficult one to hit, to be sure. But would have just been another nail in the coffin for the Avant squad, who are certainly suffering some issues at the moment. APOC's got the pick onto you, Stillo. Good start to the round. Better start than what Avant have had for quite a lot of the rounds of this half. But it's very quickly drawn back by Valiant. Still, though, picks across the board for Avant, and they just seem to have got Order off kilter in this particular round. Valiant's fighting hard. Can't turn, though, quickly enough to deal with the player coming from Ivy. So it's onto Ricky and Jira, but Ofnu and Noobster are kind of tagged up, so this is definitely a doable round for the CTs. Bomb yet to get into the site as well.
Uh-oh, that's the bomb dropped as well. The smoke coming out just at the worst time. And Ricky? Oh, no, he's washing the gap with the smoke, but he's unable to really tag out Ofnu. That's a bold move coming out from Ofnu, who dives forward. Ricky's got a good mark, but he's just missed too many shots. Jira all down to this one-on-one. Has no kit to work with, has no smoke grenade, and there's a shot coming out from Ofnu. Ricky punished for missing too many shots, as Avant managed to snatch that one away.
Ofnu is certainly happy with that one, and it looks like we could be back on for the 6-9 half.
Out of the wire that round, though.
Speaking of, how's Avant's economy looking as we move in to round 14? It's looking... Ooh,
Not crash hot.
No.
Neither is Orders.
very true. What am I going to say for the final round?
Order could set themselves up for 11 if they can actually somehow sneak a round away here. What a terrible start thus far. Reload, though, for Ricky won't help out too much. 5-7 in hand. Jira can't quite get away. He was in 2 minds whether to push forward or go backward, and in the end, doing neither was the wrong decision.
Good coverage from Noobster, just making sure no one else can push up through SL. They're going to fall straight back with the A site instead, so Stillo being forced to rotate around. Unfortunately, he's going to be pushed into the wrong site. Might be able to retrieve a weapon, though. That wouldn't be the end of the world for Order to carry an AK forward into the next round.
Man, those guys driving around near train are making a lot of noise with their horns. You ever notice that?
Do you ever think that trains have horns? Did you know that?
I don't think that's a train horn, though. Sound like a train horn to you?
No, that does sound like a car horn. You're right. Maybe we need to have a chat with Valve and say, hey, this makes no sense, man.
Well, I mean, there could be
Sounds like there's a highway.
a highway.
close.
Yeah, it does sound like a highway nearby.
Oh, but I heard trains.
I did. Hey, Avant's getting pretty close to that 9-6 score that you're talking about.
Yeah, I told you. I'm just not going to be surprised because it seems to be the par score, especially here on Train. Although 6 rounds on the T side, I dare say that's roughly what you would expect now, if not more. A lot of these teams being much more heavily favoured on that T side. Although we haven't seen a lot of that from both these two teams on both the other maps. Lots of success on the defense instead. Ustillo tries to take the time, he goes forward, and the extra bullets aren't going to help him at all. Hazard finds 2, and that's going to be the B site. Just started to accelerate out. Hazard will beat Ali on this rotation. Molly as well forces Ali out into the open. Might have just spotted something there. Sterling peeking on the top of Grey. Gyro 1 bullet will secure the kill. But in the 2-on-3 now, it's looking a bit dangerous for Order. Big flash as well allows Hazard.
Oh,
Get
that's
another, but a nasty shot from Ali.
a sharp shot indeed. Has he got enough to get the remaining 2 players? Well, he's seen one on upper APOC. Lucky to get away with his life there. A missed shot from Alistair might give the round over to Avant. There's another chance, but this one doesn't go through either, and he's going to have to get on the bomb sooner or later. Defuse kit still not picked up, so I think that's the round for Avant, and it wasn't without its chances for Alistair. Nice little shot through the scope, but in the end, Noobsat will finish things off, and Avant will get to 6 again, a 9-6 half, and again, it's favouring Order. So we'll see if they can do what they did on Mirage in terms of closing the map out. We do come back from the break. back to DreamHack Masters Winter. A precarious position for Avant now that they only managed to get 6 rounds on the T side of Train. Although, I suppose in hindsight, that's not such a bad result. But the team that has been down 9-6 in the half on our first 2 maps has ended up losing said map. And so potentially for that to happen again, looking forward to seeing how the end of Train does end up. We do have a little bit of a delay before we get into the second half. That's why you're looking at my beautiful face. Got 2 guys here that do weigh out the desk, though. We didn't want to shock you. We didn't want to make you think this was, you know, some sort of a modelling situation or anything like that. So I got back and Krath in here.
Bench press him right now. That's it.
All right, do it.
Actually, I back Jordy.
Probably 55, 56.
Yeah, you could bench
Oh,
him.
easy. But,
Yeah.
you know, it's probably the way I'm going to have to put my hands might break some TOS.
That's
so,
fine. Fine by me.
Well, it's not. Because then I'll lose my job. So
I don't know.
for
Ali
now,
breaks a couple of TOSs
We'll put it on
whenever
social
he
media.
frags, so-
We'll put it on social media. We'll do it in between between Oceania and Asia. I'll show you that I can, in fact, bench Jordan, Elfish Guy, Maze, and
I'll
then,
spot for you.
You know, after that, Kev will be happy because he got to see it.
Yeah. I think I've said for ages, it's like we should just bench press like Jordan as a starting point, right? Because he's the lightest out of all of us. He's like a stick. If we felt a little bit less confident, we might bench press MC, but he's done nothing to deserve it. So unfortunately, Jordan's going to have to cop it a little bit.
Do you reckon you could bench press Kev?
Me?
I think I'm 80 at the moment, so
Yeah.
yeah.
It'll be just the awkward
Harder.
part because I've done it before, but you just have to like hold in weird positions and it
Yeah.
makes everyone uncomfortable. And you know, yeah, you're like, whoa, got to do it. But then afterwards, you're like, man, I touched things I don't want to touch again. So
I'm already uncomfortable at the moment, so that's fine.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
true.
9 to 6. It's a pretty comfortable stage if you're order for Avant. I think you'd be pretty comfortable with 6 on the T side as well, which is, it's a nice little balance. I think it was a very topsy-turvy kind of half where one team had an advantage and the other team didn't have an advantage. Then USPs went pow pow, then Deagles went wham wham, and summary pretty much.
yeah.
Don't
Good
know.
op
It's
shots,
like every
nice op
single
shots.
time. It's like that's another prediction. We come into Train between these guys. A team with USPs will win a round.
Yeah.
It's a
Very
guarantee
true.
now, which is a bit of a disappointment when you think about it.
Well, it's now Avant that is going to be the team with USPs. So it was at a point where on this map, a couple of weeks ago on IEM Beijing, we did see Order looking like they were going to win. I think it was like 14-14,
Yeah.
and they'd broken Avant's economy, and
then
Avant was on
Noobster
a full
gets-
eco. Yeah, and then Noobster got like 3k with a USP or something like that, and there you go. So
And then the comeback happened, right?
yeah,
Oh, it was just
Yeah.
one round that they needed to take, and that was it. That was GG from there. So for Train,
Oh, 14-15.
yeah.
Yes, of course. One of those rounds I missed when I was looking after my puppy.
well, I tell you
Classic
what,
case of
Mac,
Pico.
for anyone that missed the rounds in the first half,
Oh, okay.
go back and have a look at what sort of happened, what transpired.
Valiant's
on
looked-
Yes, yes. Valiant's very good on Train already.
No. I'm going to argue actually opposite, right? Valiance was good for the first 3 rounds, and then from there on in, it was like he kind of went missing on that A-bomb yarn. I felt like Order definitely shot themselves in the foot playing too over-aggressive. I felt like Avant had the right approach the majority of the time, the slow, steady pace to try to pick off this aggression. But as soon as they couldn't do it, I felt like they didn't really target that small site enough. They didn't really abuse the fact that the B-bomb site, you know, forced the rotations out and then take the A site afterwards. So I felt like not the best approach from Avant, but I feel like it's also because these 2 teams, they verse each other quite a bit. And it does get a bit messy when the matchup starts evolving beyond your basic strategies and everything. It starts getting into mind games, 3-person in a stack with delayed pushes. There's a reason why they're doing that.
What is the reason?
It's to get ahead mentally, because you're expecting, okay, there's going to be one there, one person pushing forward. We're going to charge the rest of the team down, knives out, and a 3rd person's there, which you'd never suspect, right? But the spacing was a little bit better, obviously coming towards the end for Avant to get a few rounds at the very, you know, the tail end of the first half to at least make it 6 to 9.
Did you know Knives Out is a movie?
Is it?
You watched it?
What's it about? Is it about guys running around with the knives out?
No, it's about a family who has had their father figure, I guess, I don't know, like the oldest person in the household die, and it's a
Okay.
rich family, and they're sort of fighting over the inheritance, I
sound
think.
Ah, of course. So
And
they
then
got-
there's a girl who's getting married to someone from the family,
and that
it's
girl
all-
brought a spoon to the knife fight.
No, it's not quite
No?
like that. There's all this weird stuff that goes on. It's worth watching. It's worth watching. It's a good movie.
They didn't
there you
get to
go.
play Knifey Spoon.
I don't think I really described it very well. I'll be honest.
I think it was a terrible synopsis,
If
let's
there
be
was a
real.
synopsis on the internet, you probably should read that, not listen to my synopsis.
Rotten Tomatoes.
I definitely was not in the movie
didn't do it
review
justice.
game. No,
I reckon you should.
Didn't you study that at uni?
I did study film at uni. Yes.
Yes, of course. How'd that go?
Well, I passed. I've got a
Ah,
degree.
of course, yeah.
So it's better than what I can say about myself. So already there,
It was better than
Jordan's
that
got an edge
synopsis. Yeah.
up. Past uni, it's like I can't say the same for myself, which is a bit of extended pause. But I think this is just kind of making it a bit more tantalising, waiting to get into the second half because it is 1-1, kind of like the scoreline apiece. Obviously, Dust2 and Raj being traded back and forth between both parties, and I'm really keen to kind of see how Order approach that T side, in all honesty, and how Avant kind of take the CT side as well. Some of the players starting to fire up, some players cooling off from both parties, and still a tale to be told.
It's marinating. There's probably about 60 seconds to go before we get into the game, everybody. If
Beautiful.
you are waiting, get your stopwatch ready and see how close I am. What's your favourite kind of marinade?
I don't actually marinate food too much.
Probably satay or
Satay?
some
Honey
like
soy?
nice-
Smoky barbecue?
There's this one we
Plum?
got from like a Chilean bakery, Chilean butchery rather,
Uh.
and we brought that back and sautéed a couple of steaks. Not sautéed, marinated a couple of steaks. I thought satay because I also like satay, but you don't really saute steak. That kind of seems a bit weird.
No, I'm sure you could though.
Yeah, nothing
Definitely
against it.
Look,
I mean-
Alice is chilling.
Here's the whole thing: is like the way that satay works as well. It's like I feel like Constance gets triggered every single time I talk about satay because there's all these different styles of satay afterwards, and it's got different flavors, different spices. It is quite interesting, and it's always a nice little thing to marinate a bit of food in.
My girlfriend gets triggered when I talk about satay as well because she says we don't satay properly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like their satay is like it's like a mixture. Then you got to have some cucumbers, and it's like that peanut sauce.
Yeah.
What
It's
did
a
she
very more savoury as opposed to sweet kind of satay that
Yeah.
Malaysians have.
What did Sarah put spice in the other day? Was it lasagna or
Oh,
something?
anything.
Everything?
Don't even ask.
It's like, here's a lovely lasagna, and you try to eat it, and you just
It was
can't.
actually spaghetti bolognese.
Fun fact
There you go,
is,
spaghetti.
so fun fact is we're going into the pistol round. Quickly to wrap up all the food talk, it doesn't look like it's going to be too particularly quick from Order. At a particular fast food joint, which shall not be named, but very popular, they actually give you chili packets with your food. I got like a chili sauce packet with my burger, and I was
At
just
Macca's,
like,
Well, just like
just like that.
Sarah's cooking, that's a spicy meatball. Now, Avant going for the four-man stack over towards A, expecting Order to head in this direction. So far, Avant have been pretty on point with their anti-strats on the pistol round. And this time, Order have found the B site for free. So Avant very happy to go for the retake. Nice running headshot found by Ofnu there. Nate as well slightly misses the mark as Avant start to send the troops back in, looking to make the retake happen before Order can even think. And Valiant's going to get his head taken off as well. Ustillo, Ricky, and Jira need to try to fight. Here, Ustillo takes a fight with a couple and will eventually get back. But Ricky's very low indeed and needs to help out his teammate. Hidden there at Speedway. Back to the 2-on-2 we go. Ustillo finally dealt with, but Ricky over at uppers. One bullet in the unarmored terrorist should do it.
no.
However, he's found the headshot. Just needs to find Noobster in the smoke, but he's run out of bullets, and the kit was in play for Noobster. So Avant make it a successful retake and take that CT pistol.
Oh, I'm pretty impressed at how close Order actually made that in the 3-on-5, but Avant have given themselves a sliver of hope. A bit more than a sliver, I'd say. Down 9-7, not the end of the world on a map like Train. And moving on to the CT side, they'll probably fancy their chances here.
It's actually good they pick up the pistol. They got to make sure they don't drop, obviously, too much money over to the Deagles over here. So Order going to try and repay the favors, obviously, from earlier on. After all, revenge is a dish best served with Deagles. I think that's how the saying goes.
Noobster. Just dominating Ivy early, not allowing Order any chance here with the Deagles. Nice shot as well onto Ricky. Apoc rocking the MP7, which again we don't see too often, but when we do, we are happy to see kind of action. Will bring Bomb to be controlled as Apoc just needs to flick around the other way. A little bit too slow to do that, but his job is already done. 3 kills up against the Deagly boys. MP7 in the hands of Valiant, but he's very happy to use the Deagle instead. Unfortunately, Hazard hits him with that crouch peek on the Famous, and Avant are looking to equalize before Order get too far ahead. It's going to be their first gun round as we head into the 18th. Where do they go? What do they do? Many questions about to be answered.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
Cotton Eye Joe test.
I've got a bit of Cotton Eye Joe. It's definitely a better looking buy though for Order than what Avant have managed to put together, which is just so unreasonable. But anyways, 2 for Masters? No, 3 for Masters. Scouted an M4. They've got the util at the very least, but Order aren't really going to give them the opportunity to use it so quickly into the B bomb site. Look at how deep Ustilo's got already. Gyro's also pushing up. He's completely flashed out. Not sure where that came from. So it is actually a 4-on-5 to hold this site, but Order still have some good positioning, good post plans. Apoc's got no idea. Valiance has pushed forward, and Valiance a bit unlucky that he didn't get 2 there. He's going to leave the rest of the job on Ustilo, Ricky, and Alistair, who are starting to get a little bit low. Slow's hiding in the smoke, but he survived for now. Onto the defuse goes one of the Avant players. It's Hazard, who's just sitting it, and the peaks just don't come through in time from Order. And Avant makes the retake happen. They've got 3 alive, and back to 9 apiece.
Still a costly round, and Order can keep throwing AKs into the mix of the things there. Couple of missed shots now coming out from Alistair. You'd favour him from that uppers position with the AWP to at least take 1 or 2 riflers coming out of connector, but he misses a few, allows the opportunity then for the rest of the Avant players to flood into the site. It was a good call from Order, but just the execution, something lacking. In terms of the trade spacing, maybe a couple of smokes not being used in the right area. Nevertheless, it is going to be tied at 9 apiece right now.
Yeah, I think Gyro got caught out on an awkward timing. The position that he was in probably wasn't where he would have liked to have ended up in that post plant. That could have made a big difference.
Sometimes you just have to play the hand you're given, and unfortunately it might not be the best hand. Nade.
On the mark.
Nice damage, followed up by the spam as well, is enough to get first blood.
Whoa, Noobster, no, you can't be doing this.
Jesus.
Another one. Gyro, stop lurking around. Doesn't matter if there's a smoke there or not. Noobs is going to take your head off. Not going to suspect Apoc close either. All his utility being dropped. Apoc, he realizes no one's going to be pushing.
Apoc starts to make a move forward. AK there for the upgrade. Gyro just barely slinks around the corner. But even so, the push will get him that upgrade, which is huge. Valiance, Molly over towards Sandwich. Nice shot from Ricky as he makes his way out E-box, up Idiot Wall, and looking to just close that distance early. Molly will over towards default now. They know that Hazard is playing over towards Con, but still hell is dirty, and that's dirty too. Noobster with a 3K. Ricky works his way to a good position. However, look where the bomb is. It's on the ground at Sandwich, so there's no chance in the round, and Avant thank Noobster for a beautiful 4K and a 10th round to follow.
I feel like Noobster was sitting at like 1 or 2 and 9 at one stage. You're talking about those CT-sided comebacks or like the rounds that you really start exploding. That's an instrumental one for Avant. It's a lockdown Ivy control. And you'd be pretty frustrated if your Order just getting deleted through smokes like that, especially in a round where you have the ability to reset the economy. Can't keep 3 alive. They're in the lead as well now. 10-9. Tactical pause is going to be taken by Order, but where to from here? The CT economy is starting to build up. Sterling's AWP not even in play just yet.
This is a map where you would expect Sterling to be excelling as well. But currently 9 and 13. Obviously, it's early days in this second half. He should now, which he does, have that AWP in play. It's his time to shine. Order. Do they buy back? No. It's a mixed bag. Double AWP. Double AK rather. And everyone else saving. Late purchase of a couple of Deagles just to try to hedge their bets. Not sure how this one's going to go. Let's see how Order decide to play it.
Mine is a bit all over the place at the moment. I'm not sure what to think of this. A couple of players up to about 2.4k. Obviously, Ricky didn't have the most out of all of them. He did have to save after all. But now with a real chance to exploit a bit of timing, but Sterling peeks out just at the right time. That's one of the AKs, pretty much unretrievable, lost in no man's land. They're going to commit the smoke down inners, but not really having the numbers there. And APOC, oh no, they've allowed APOC to swindle up SL. No one's covering that area.
Oh, 2 free kills on a platter. There's the lineup. Gyro turned around at the perfect moment as well, but look at Ali. He's only got that Glock. Managed to get the bink, but it's not quite enough, and you still low. Well, he's going to be covered off by Sterling. Big play from Avant. The aggressive maneuver, the sneaky slide up into the offences by APOC was the perfect option.
This is what I mean. I'm looking at this round, and this should be the part where Order have everything they need to get, but the truth of the matter is that, yeah, sure, you've got a couple of smokes on some of these players, but you're missing a few flashbangs, at least 4 flashbangs between Ricky as well as Alistair combined, a few Molotovs as well. I'm not going to say it's going to dictate this round, of course, but you don't want to be coming to such a lost deficit. And just getting deleted by APOC at the range. Great trade, though, coming out from Gyro.
Yeah, very required trade as well, but look, I don't know that this is going to work out too kindly for Avant now. Gyro's got the AWP in hand.
Oh, no.
Hazza needs to make the difference, and very nearly does, but Nucillo being allowed to creep all that way up. Right, the green train is going to put an end to that one, and finally, Order get themselves around in the second half. It was looking quite dire indeed, and Avant started to run away with things. But as expected, we do seem to be going the distance.
Who hits that? Who can even see that?
I mean, Gyro replayed the favour. Gyro is definitely doing pretty well so far as well, but Alistair, you can see, he's starting to get a bit frustrated. Not really able to find the impact. He's starting to feel a bit of the pressure. At least Order do manage to grab one at the back of the IGL fragging. Ivy, going to be tested one more time.
I feel like we do see a disproportionately large amount of good games from Gyro on train. I don't know about you guys, like that's just the eye test or a gut feeling from me. I don't have any stats or anything like that to back it up, but when I think about Gyro having a good game, a lot of the time I associate that with train. Similar to, say, what I would associate for Sterling as Dust 2. That kind of thing. Just a feeling. There's Alistair with a pretty good opening frag onto Noobster though. Keeps Gyro alive as well, which is a little bit of a bonus. But APOC's been a pretty dangerous player over today and this year even. And now the bomb's in a terrible spot. Not sure how Order's going to receive this one.
Yeah, odd situation for Order. But let's see if they can somehow salvage. No, APOC at the ready, expecting Ali in the corner, and he demolishes him. As punishment for that swing, it's Ricky in a 1-on-3, and his barrel might be about to be spotted. Seems it has Sterling, though. You can't miss those. APOC comes in, decides against it. Okay, off to gone, and APOC opts back for the AK.
Oh,
Ricky
you can't!
Salvages around out of nowhere. 4K for him. 1v3. Nuts play. But you have to say, Avant probably didn't play that one to a T, did they?
They're just all fighting for all individual angles. They're gifting Ricky pretty much. I mean, that's still well played from Ricky, don't get me wrong, but they're still gifting Ricky a huge, pretty much, round there where that was looking clean for Avant. Double AWP going to be retained over 3 rifles, maybe 2 AWPs.
Nice big grin from Ricky as well. Oh, Valiance!
Oh my.
Order are now feeling it. That's the round where you just go, you had no right in winning. He picks up a big one. Now the rest of the players, Ricky's starting to accelerate, and that's always a dangerous prospect when Ricky's starting to accelerate.
Indeed, indeed. Ricky's playground is train as well. Start to see him walk his way out onto the B bomb site and cause a bit of a ruckus, I would imagine. That's what he likes to do, working around on this map. Sharp couple of shots from Valiance as well. It seems like everyone's getting rolling for Order. Again, took a little while on this map, but now that they've arrived, you're getting some pretty dangerous vibes for Avant. Money's low. This will be their last buy for, you know, a couple of rounds. And Order are doing their due diligence in terms of utilizing util. APOC's just going to be run down by Gyro. I love this play from Order. They're just fearless at the moment.
That's it. They've seen that play before. They've seen that defensive setup on Ivy time and time again from Avant, and this time they hit it with a counter.
And the words was real pace as well coming out from Order. 3 members from Ivy just committing on force, making a lot of noise, but not waiting for flashbangs. They're just all diving through. Smoke going to be deployed over at Ivy on the dark side. It's going to allow Jira to drop a bit of utility and peer into the A bomb yard. He actually flashes through and jumps through the smoke. This is now pressure on the B side. And there's all down to Offno on his lonesome, trying to hold on desperately.
Did a really good job on Ustillo as well. Gets him down to 1 HP, but such is the life of an M4. And I'm not sure that Avant really knew that Jira was actually around behind them. So that's going to cost them. Oops, and CT spawn. Won't really have too much more to say about this round.
Oh. Okay, Order definitely now starting to wake up a little bit. Starting to go, you know what? Just going to start hitting our shots again.
Just before it's too late.
I don't think it's been actually phenomenal strategies that have been coming out from Order as well. It's just after that clutch round coming out from Ricky, they've just started using their numbers, so to speak. Avant's economy is on an edge, right? Just completely broken now. You can see Eco's coming at this stage. Sure, you got the Deagles, and this is the part where Avant, you want to be taking these Deagle shots. We've seen it before. We need to see it again from Avant. 11-13. Backed against the corner, but not out just yet.
Not just yet. And it's Deagles, which have certainly been a thorn in the side of Order. Massive problem today for them has been their anti-ecos.
And again, it's going to be a 2-for-1. Off new a third. Awkward for Order now, but still around where they can win. Flank starting to come through from APOC just at the right moment. Noobster spots the cross and just barely misses the headshot on the Jira. This is getting dangerous now. Order realize Avant starting to collapse up above. Sterling going to get a world of info. APOC as well. He's got his hands on an AK. This is dangerous. Double tap. It's more than enough, but Ali, no idea where the... Look, he seems to be spotted out. There it is. Avant hit back straight away. Another eco, one for them, and they thank their lucky stars.
I'll tell you, the easiest way you would have broken that, you use a smoke in his ramp. That's literally it. You use the smoke in his ramp, but Avant just allowed to come out of CT connector. You normally give that. It's a favorable advantage. You've got an AK and an AWP posted up. And once again, Avant, just these rounds, they're just swindling away from Order. Order still have cash to work with, don't get me wrong, and Avant still on the back foot.
Yeah, but it's just like, how is that consistently an issue for Order today?
Complacency.
Maybe.
Now we're in for a real treat. 12-13.
Luck treats. Do you like treats, Kev?
Love doing treats. Trick or treat. Alistair says it's a bit of a trick as he just peered out a T connector. Bit of a treat for Order though, depending on which way you look at it.
You know, it's okay though. Ali himself is a treat. Look at him. It's a man. Order just regrouping, looking to throw some util towards the outer bomb site. Maybe following that, they'll go towards B. Let's see where they decide to send it. Jira making a world of noise. Molly as well to follow, but the bomb's going out towards B. Close setup. 2 men both facing. Hazard not going to be spotted at all at coils. Not cleared yet, and he strikes perfectly. 30 seconds, another found. This is a perfect setup and a perfect play from Hazard.
Wow.
They gamble stack it, and Avant read it perfectly. They see that smoke's over at the A bomb yard. A lot of trust in terms of there's no other presence over at T connector. They stack 3 towards B. They're rewarded. 13 apiece now.
But is certainly not out of this one just yet. You thought Order was going to run away with things. They had a string of great rounds, and then another force buy win for Avant, and then a really, really solid round behind it has just them back in the driver's seat, it feels like. 13 apiece. It's not really here nor there just yet, but it really depends on what Order's going to be able to get done in this round. It'll be a buy. What kind of buy yet to be seen. Tactical pause there for Order as well, so maybe they're rattled.
Order of forced up as well. That's their final tactical pause to use. Going to be splitting up their forces. Just going to be Estillo over there working Ivy. He's normally the Ivy lurker. So the members just looking to probably just hold on for now. Normally I see Estillo and Ricky both at the extremities. One at Ivy, one over at the B-bomb site. Rest of the members of Order just looking to see what they can listen into, figure out what kind of setup Avant are deploying on the CT side. It's going to be very patient though from Avant.
This could be very much the round that decides the series. If Order were to lose right here and now, they don't have the money to buy properly next round, and it'll be 14 already for Avant, so they might have to let go to match point before they get a proper buy, or fight for 14-14. And then if you lose that, then basically the map's done.
Let's
Fun
see how
side's not too
sharp
shot either.
Sterling is feeling right now because there's 3 men about to round the corner. Good time on a flash and see you later. Valiant's Bill Sharper, but this time the trade's there. Hazard, or Offnu rather, playing close at the coils. Might not be the problem. It's going to be Hazard the problem for Order now, trying to make their way back on the retake. Ricky hits for one more and tries to cross his way to the back of Pop, just jumping around. Flash through, APOC ready, but there it is, the collapse, it works.
1 HP for Ricky there as well. 14-13, big round for Order to pick up, and now Avant's in all sorts of problems. Look at that. Sterling and APOC below 2.5k. Noose is only at 3.6, so he can afford a rifle and armor if he wants, but he's going to opt for head armor alongside the MP9 and some util. Ah, man, not a good place to be for Avant, but we've seen them win rounds with less.
Yeah. Very true. Deagle in the hands of APOC. Magic could be coming. Noobster, very lucky to be alive there. Still playing close range. Molly should finish, but Ali does it first. And now, Order just looking to continue this Ivy control. However, APOC, man that has shut them down time and time again this series, is looking to do it one last time.
As the signature hand cannon as well. How many times we've seen this man get 2 or 3 kills and completely change the round back on its head. But just slowly starting to filter back over into white and brown halls, looking to maybe get some control over SL, fake out a bit of presence over here, not making a single step of noise. Hazard understands there's definitely going to be one up there. Molotov's been dropped, of course. Double drop down, look at the movement as well. Impossible to get a double frag on.
Oh, okay. Shot from Sterling. Gyra shoots one better, but Offnu follows through in the smoke. However, they know that it's a fake now, but even so, man advantage for Order in the post plan. It's going to be hard for Avant to deal with. APOC comes in, tries to deal with it early.
No, don't give him these deals! Did you see a realm, Geordie?
A realm?
A realm that APOC hits that shot, like we've seen time and time
again. Crosshair was good.
It's all down to Offnu. Still trying to isolate these angles, but he's not going to expect that from Estillo, who's posted so far back at the old bomb train. And there it is, series point right now for Order. 15-13, and Avant's economy is not looking too crash hot. It's only going to be Deagles in play, probably MP9s as well. Oh my god, it's been a seesaw series.
It has. Looks like the sea has soared enough that we probably see Order close it from here. I have enough money for the buy next round if they were to lose this, but don't want to give Avant that chance, that opening back into the map series. Seen that happen a few times, and we know where it can go. Well, Noobster with a deagle, and instantly Estillo just stops in his tracks, doesn't even look for the trade. Bombs out in no man's land. This is probably the worst start to the round that Order could have hoped for.
And it's just once again the Deagles. Every single time APOC on a bit of a journey as well. Goes up SL just as Ricky leaves the angle. Bomb gonna be recovered. APOC on a bit of a journey right now. Has bypassed Ricky.
Oh, and if they find Val, that's huge. He's been very crucial here.
APOC's
Nasty kills.
You're never going to expect APOC over here. The problem is, at this stage, AVANT's actually in the perfect position. All they need to do is just reset the circumstances. Keep an eye on Ivy. Just tuck into corners and make sure there's no other further pressure from there. Offnude, though, he's going to now offer a bit of an opportunity.
Oh, has a Deagle in hand, has got himself another one. It's largely down to Sterling. APOC, though, is around the back with an MP9. AK in hand. He's going to allow that bomb to be retrieved. He's behind the smoke for the moment, so not much you can do about it, but surely this is now an Avant round. APOC catches a freebie onto Ricky, and there's no chance for Alistair, even if he were to get that kill onto Sterling. APOC was easily there for the trade, and, well, here we go. Another 16-14 or 15-15. It's right down to the wire, again on Train. And Order are just going to be kicking themselves because that's another half buy, that's another force buy that they've let slip and given Avant a real chance back in this series now. Look at Order's money.
How do Avant keep doing it on the pistols?
I have no idea.
I don't know how many force buys that is now. What is it, 6, 7 overall in this entire series? At least 3 now on Train as well.
It's definitely something that we can ask Order in the post-match interview if we do get it with them. That would be assuming they win here, which may or may not happen. Hazard is cleaned up by Jyra, but on the other side of the map, Yustilo also falls. So it's a 4-on-4 for the moment. Jyra has the AK in his hand, so he's going to have to be that left hook, right hook that gets through this round for Order. He's behind Avant. This is a huge chance for Jyra, which he absolutely needs to take advantage of. Does get bumped into by Noobster and stuck in the smoke. It's going to mean overtime, and Order have potentially let another one slip. Let's see how it does all pan out. We'll take a quick break. Overtime's coming up after this. Here it is again, another overtime between Avant and Order, and it's on the third map of Train. Certainly feels like we've deserved this kind of a map, and Kev, you did call it multiple times. You were talking about the overtimes on the third map, and here we are. Gotta say, I think Order will be disappointed to have let it get to this point, but maybe they can still save the series, go through into that upper bracket final, and get another shot at Renegades.
I mean, the only saving point at the moment right now for Order at this stage is that Avant won't be buying Deagles at this overtime, but what an angle coming up from Sterling to get the first opening pick for Avant. No money issues right now for either sides coming into overtime. You've got 16k to play with. You're going to have to do something pretty silly to kind of burn through all of it.
Well, this will be, I was going to say, a potential chance for APOC, but Alistair heads up play, does jump back across. Still, he'll lose the duel to Noobstar. It's a double AWP setup for Avant on CT side, and they got plenty of money, as you say, so why not give it a crack? You've got two very solid AWPers on that Avant roster, and Order don't seem to have an answer at the moment.
Ricky going to make his way in through Ivy and still find a way back into the round from the two-man disadvantage. However, the raps come in from Noobster, who's on the line, smoked off, though APOC could have been in trouble. However, Ricky's gone through Darkside, through the smoke.
It's a bit ambitious. Trying to make something happen, I guess, in the 3-on-5, so no harm, no foul. APOC will clean up the remaining two Order players, and Avant off on the right foot in the overtime, with the first round going their way, 16-15.
Making it look easy.
They did.
That's a headshot?
The flick.
What, the flick?
Power of his moustache.
All right, back into testing Ivy once again for Order. I've seen this one before. Do like trying and testing out Noobster a little bit. Might see the run boost as well to challenge the AWP. See a lot of different things. Flashbang to clear off the angle. Alistair will take that duel. Turns the favor from earlier. That's a numbers advantage, or the player advantage for Order for the first time in a long time.
Much required. Don't want to let that pressure mount too much. What do you reckon's the past score? Is it 2 CT, 1 T, or 2 T, 1 CT? It was a bit more CT sided during regulation time, so I have to imagine Avant will be looking for at least 2 rounds in the OT here.
3-3.
You reckon 3-3?
Or CT. Still an opportunity for Avant to convert this. They are going to be coming up through Ivy. Valiant's coming out late through T connector.
Well, Avant are on their way to potentially getting 3 here. Sterling being able to equalize that does relieve a lot of the pressure that they might have been feeling in this round. Jyra, however, all the way around Darkside, and now starting to put that pressure back onto the B-bomb site. Seeing this a little bit from him today, and it's worked out phenomenally well for Order. Ofnu's done pretty much the only thing that he can, and that's hiding, waiting for the rotation to come across from his teammates, who aren't really able to get a whole lot done, but he's bided his time so well. It should be 2! In fact, it's 0. Great flick. Excellent stuff from Alistair, and he steps up again for Order when it really matters.
Do we... Please tell me you have an angle on that. Please. That was... just all reaction. Oh, we do. Oh, I love you, production. Love you
Let's
dearly.
take a look at this one.
See you later.
Now, to even recognize that's where the shots are coming from that quickly is just like insane.
Yeah.
Not only to be able to turn and then hit the shot as well, but look, not over yet. 16-16. So no chance for 3 on the CT side for Avant at the very least. But I wouldn't say either team right now is in control of this game. It feels very tit for tat, back and forward.
Whole series has felt like that for the most part.
Yep.
Does look like a bit of an A-side execute over here. All the members over here looking to bust out on the back of the utility being dropped. Avant not really in the position. Hazard's going to be isolated. Noobs are trying to charge through. Going to be punished. No trades coming forward for Avant so far. They've got access to A.
Could be able to convert to a round. However, 2 very quick kills in succession. Going to allow Avant to have a very even chance now. Just postured for the retake, starting to make their way in from Con, Oldbomb, and Ivy. Flash as well to let Offnu out. This is some great utility usage and coordination coming out from Avant, but they still need to find all 3 order players who are tucked away on the trains under and around. Apox found 1 at least, but they need to get the bomb. The time is ticking away, and there is at least the smoke for cover, but Ustillo, he's spotted at the back of Red. There needs to be more defuser.
Oh,
As
no.
unfortunately, oh no!
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, not like this.
I saw that and I'm
rough.
like, surely it's not covering heaven.
I was thinking, like, why are they not covering this angle when they know there's a player there with a rifle? But Offnu's DC, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, his PC is cooked again, isn't it?
Bittersweet.
Offnu will take a little while to get back in. That's why we're going to have a little bit of a pause. But it is going to give Order the 17th round.
Bit of a bittersweet one in all honesty, the way that we're watching it. That really could have been a 50-50 over there. You have Istillo's presence revealed, you know, Offnu's going to come swinging around.
Yeah.
That really, in my mind, could have been either way. But nevertheless, it's going to have to be now Avant playing on a bit of a deficit coming into their own T side. 17 to 16 Order, barely with the lead. Remember, 19's that magic point.
And look, we can't even whinge about Australian internet for that one.
Yeah, apparently New Zealand internet's actually really good.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the internet, let's be real.
Could be anything.
Well,
Yeah.
let's see how long it takes to reconnect, and if he reconnects or not, because then we'll have an idea.
Yeah, it could be in a long extended tech pause. We could be here for a while.
I mean, we can start talking about food again anytime you guys want, because I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. So
Oh, yeah.
that's the problem when these games go late, go to overtimes. Our dinner gets pushed back.
It's alright.
So I just want to say that. Avant
Yeah.
and
We
Order.
starve
that.
for your entertainment.
Yeah.
All right,
So you guys can eat there and enjoy.
Wait, what's the time?
It's time to
7.
get a watch.
I'm still in my feast time. It's all right. We're good.
Yeah, I don't know. Food. Food's always good. Thanks,
Sure.
guys.
Also,
Yeah.
apologies to anyone I offended about my anchovy comments earlier. They still stand, but, you know, it's an opinion, all right? And I'm allowed to not like anchovies.
Yeah. I think that's, like, reasonable. Like, out of all the things in the world, it's like the thing I don't find reasonable are people who maybe enjoy tomato sauce but don't like tomatoes. Now, I'm not calling anyone out on broadcast because I've actually met 2 people now that's like this, right? And I was, like, absolutely just astounded
Such
that
a hater.
people cannot like tomatoes. They're like, I hate tomatoes, can't have them. They pull tomatoes out of their food.
Tomato sauce has sugar in it and stuff.
Yeah, tomato sauce tastes different to
Yeah.
tomatoes.
Did you not notice?
But what's the main component of tomato sauce?
Oh, a lot of preservatives, sugars.
I will
I
say
said
probably
main
some-
component. I'm not saying the
some water,
other components. So in
probably
other words, what you're saying is
some
that
thickener. I don't
you're
know.
liking the artificial stuff.
I'm all
You're
about.
Are you trying to
artificial-
get me to say tomato?
Tomato what?
Why would you get him to say what? No, he's not trying to do that. He's just trying to have a dig at me.
But do you not like?
I don't like tomatoes, but I love tomato sauce.
And it's just like, normally it's like, okay, so do you like pasta sauce as well? And it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I love red pasta sauce. It's like, what's the main component of red pasta sauce?
No, but
It's tomatoes.
That's what I'm saying. Is like I don't necessarily mind tomatoes in cooking, but I don't want to eat a tomato on its own. Like if there's a tomato on a burger, I'll take that out. But if there's a tomato cooked in a pasta, that's fine.
But tomato on a burger is not on its own.
No, I know, but it's like I guess maybe the difference is cooked tomato versus uncooked tomato.
We
Might
can
be
cook your tomato and put it on a burger. How would you like that?
probably still wouldn't like it that
Well-
much, but
As actions kind of slow down here, as Avant's kind of exploring their options.
tomato. That's what
With
I'm
a
saying.
big breakfast then plate, would you eat the tomato if it was grilled? That's the question.
No.
There you go. Doesn't matter if the tomato's cooked.
But
He
it's
just doesn't
not
like
cooked
the tomato.
in something. Anyways, beside the point. 17-16 is the score. And Avant have started off their T side with a fair bit of damage actually over to Offnu and Sterling.
Yeah, good utility use, honestly, on the back of some of this. And Alistair still gets a leg shot into Noobster as well. Great little flick. T-connector control being taken by Avant. It's going to be a Stillo, though, keeping tabs on it. That's a perfect little nice HE grenade to follow up.
Noobsy gets polished off. and we see Order happily playing this man advantage. Hopefully Avant don't lose too much momentum after the tech pause. They can screw their heads back on and try to take us to an OT number 2, or at least keep it close here.
Correct call being made to go for the small side. You have no control of T-Connector, no control of Ivy right now. AVANT going to be pushing through this Molotov.
Gyro's burning alive as well, and he's going to have to move, which means he'll lose his head. Luckily, Ricky's still there as well. With an AWP in hand, he's going to make it quite difficult for Avant to get the bomb across, but they've managed to do so now, and the plant will go down. Avant's doing a pretty good job of softening the targets. Alistair's on 17 HP here, but APOC's been spotted over the top of the smoke. Sterling with a big job to do. Can't really do a whole lot standing inside of the Molotov, so it's just off New left alive, and Valiance is ballsy enough to sit the defuse here. Covered well by Alistair, and Order are on to map and match point.
Two of them to work with as well on the CT side. You'd be favouring Order at this moment in time, but Avant definitely kept that one competitive, even though they had not only the numbers disadvantage, but a heavy HP disadvantage as well. A lot of their members tagged down early on, thanks to some great utility use from Order. This could be the final roll of the dice at this stage. It is going to be looking like a bit of pressure going to be levied into T-Con. HE Grenade's not really hitting their mark, but the flashbang definitely will. And Astillo cleans up the Olive player.
Yeah, good start. Not able to trade back on down either, and so for Avant, that means they're going to have to play this round out 4 on 5. Gyra's in the perfect spot if Offnu takes one further step forward. Where does Avant turn from here? They've got a bunch of util. They've got Ivy control to an extent. Yeah, they definitely do.
Just finds the timing. Opens a slight window of opportunity. But that's going to be taken back by Ricky.
Nice
Pendulum
indeed
once again.
Exactly, back and forth, and let's see if Avant can find a fourth once more, because 3v4 it's looking unlikely. Sterling jumps across the line, Molly to ladder, which is going to allow Offnu to at least get some control here, so everything slows down, but with 45 seconds they need to get a wriggle on. Ustillo though, very solid positioning here, hiding at Old Bomb. Valiance off angle extraordinaire, works to Sterling, and it's a 2-on-4. Order looks like they could just close this, but hang on, Hazza has something to say about it.
They've got 30 seconds to work with though, Avant, and they'll need to start speeding things up here if they want to get that bomb plant down. All three of the Order players know exactly what's going on, and now it's just Hazza, an almost unwinnable position for him from here. Such little time to work with. He spotted Gyra out, but now only 10 seconds, and walks into the crosshair of Ricky, and that will be Order to win this series. They had a bit of a speed bump, allowed it to go to OT on train, but they've got it done again, and they're through to the upper bracket. That's a sexy leg, and we'll leave you with that as we head into the break. Analysis after this. Order's done it again, but it wasn't without its speed bumps today against AVANT. They have locked themselves a position in the upper bracket final. That'll be a matchup against Renegades a little bit later on in the tournament here at DreamHack Masters Winter. But as expected, we go all the distance and then some on a train to finish that series off. AVANT will be a little disappointed that they couldn't get it over the line. I think Order